Good morning. I'm just testing my earbuds. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Tracy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. All right, good morning. I'd like to call to order and go on the record in consolidated proceeding number 25G-0336TO, which also includes proceeding numbers 25G-0337TO and 25G-0338TO. We are here today for the evidentiary hearing of the Colorado Public Utilities Commission as complainant against Swift Towing LLC. And I will ask in a moment if I am pronouncing that correctly. This hearing was scheduled pursuant to decision number R25-0679-I. I am Kelly Rosenberg, the administrative law judge assigned to this proceeding. I would like to inform or remind all participants that it is the Commission's practice to record and webcast legal proceedings, including this one, and we have a court reporter recording every word stated. Please keep your microphone muted if you are not speaking on the record, and let's all please do our best to not speak over one another, which can be sometimes complicated when we're in a virtual setting. Also, if I mispronounce anyone's name, I mean no disrespect, just correct me, and I will do my best to get it correct from there on out. And I want to note that if you see me looking to the side or if I appear to be doing some sort of work, I assure you that I am reviewing relevant documents or taking notes and that I am paying attention. At this time, I would like to take appearances beginning with staff.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Hayden, Assistant Attorney General, along with my colleague Justin Cox, representing trial staff. From trial staff, we have with us today investigators Joseph Potts, Aaron Hazlett, and Supervising Investigator Lloyd Swint.
Thank you. And then it looks like at one point we had, oh, there you are. And then now with respondent, Ed, are you the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor.
And can you please state your name for the record and spell it if it's not intuitive?
It's Edward, E-D-U-R-D-O, last name Lopez, L-O-P-E-Z.
And how do you pronounce the name of your company?
SWFT.
SWFT. Okay. I may get that wrong. I will do my best to get this out. And are you representing the company?
Yes. Me and Ryan are. Me and Ryan.
And then can you let me know who Ryan is?
He's the manager here at Swift.
All
I'm
right,
here.
so,
Can you see me or no? Let me see.
yes, now I can see you. Thank you. So typically
Okay,
are either of you a licensed attorney?
No.
Okay, and so then at this point, what we'll do is we'll have one of you going to ask a couple of questions, and then one of you can represent. Now you can both testify as needed, but in terms of actually representing the company at the hearing, we'll go with, are you the owner, Mr. Lopez?
I am.
And how many owners does your company have?
Just one.
Just one? And do you have authority to speak on behalf of SWT Towing?
I do.
What I'm going to have is you be the representative for the company at the hearing, but again, Ryan, and then Ryan, what is Ryan's last name?
Schroeder.
Can you spell that just to make sure we get that correct?
Absolutely. SCHROEDER.
Great, thank you. And you're the manager for SWT.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So now we'll go ahead and continue on. I want to let everyone know that we will take a break at around 12 o'clock if we're still going. Having said that, if someone needs a break before then, including Tracy or Casey, who are handling the hearing behind the scenes here for everyone, let me know and we'll go ahead and do that. Before we get started, does staff have any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor. Well, for ease of reference, staff intends to proceed on the CPAN in sequential order. So we would begin by laying out the facts of the case in regards to the CPAN issued in 25G-0336TO, followed by then 0377TO, 0338TO.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And then SWFT, do you have any preliminary matters you need to raise or wish to raise?
No.
Thank you. And so staff, you may go ahead and proceed with your case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff will call Investigator Aaron Hazlett to the stand.
Right. Ms. Hazlett, would you please raise your right hand? And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, Investigator Hazlett. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Erin Hazlett, and that's spelled E-R-I-N. Last, Hazlett, H-A-I-S-L-E-T-T.
And by whom are you employed?
The Public Utilities Commission,
And how long have you been with the Public Utilities Commission?
4 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I've been in law enforcement for roughly 26 years. I was a criminal investigator with the United States Air Force, criminal investigator with the Department of Defense, property crimes detective with the City of Denton Police Department in Texas, and that's about it. I had more, but that's pertinent.
Thank you. What's your current position with the PUC?
Criminal investigator.
And can you briefly describe your duties as a criminal investigator with the PUC?
I investigate complaints or inspect carriers that are regulated by the commission.
Were you investigating SWFT towing for PUC violations?
Yes, I was.
And did you ultimately issue a CPAN to SWFT towing?
Yes, I did.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 100. Investigator Hazlett, are you able to view this document?
A little bit. Can it be blown up, please?
Yes. If we could please.
Yes, just let me know how much, the bigger it gets, the less it fits on the screen. So,
That's good.
Is that good? A pretty good size for me would be helpful. Thank you. Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is the CPAN I created for SWF Towing LLC.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this document?
I created it.
Is this kept in the case record in the regular course of business by the PUC?
Yes, it is.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 100.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, this is the CPAN that you issued to respondent in this case?
Yes, it is.
If we could scroll through this a bit, how many alleged violations make up this CPAN?
5.
And what are the dates of the alleged violations?
6/18, 7/14, and 7/16, 2025.
Why are there different dates of violations?
Because the alleged violations occurred on different dates.
Okay. And we're only talking about one tow incident, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. We can take this down. Investigator Hazlett will be walking through each of the violations in that CPAN. But before we do that, I'd like to lay some additional foundation on SWFT towing. If we could please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 101, the public version. And Investigator Hazlett, while we do that, what type of business is SWFT towing engaged in?
Towing?
And is that the type of business regulated by the PUC?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down past the cover sheet here. Thank you, right there would be great. Investigator Hazlett, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this document?
I pulled the record from our IFUNS database.
Is this a record that's kept in the regular course of business by the PUC?
Yes, it is.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this with the PUC?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 101, both the public and confidential version.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, what does IFMS stand for?
Integrated Filing Management System.
And what information is contained in an IFMS record?
It's the pertinent information for the company for the permit, such as the address for the company, the contact information, and insurance, and the designated agent, for instance.
And how does the PUC come by the information contained in this IFMS record?
Initially, the information is obtained through the application for the permit, and then is eventually updated through the years from the designated agent or the respective agent for the company.
Based on this IFMS record, does SWFT Towing have an active permit with the PUC?
Yes, they do.
And how long has SWFT Towing been operating as a tow carrier?
It looks like they've been operating since September of 2018.
And if we could scroll down, please, to the next page, which looks like it would be page 4. A little bit more. Thank you, right there would be great. Investigator Hazlett, on this page, who is the designated agent for SWFT Towing LLC?
Eduardo Lopez,
And what is the address for SWFT Towing?
2539 Gunnison Street, Colorado Springs, Colorado 80909.
And what is the email address for SWFT Towing?
It's
Oh, can
a
we
little
scroll?
further.
Yeah,
Sorry.
if we could scroll up a little bit, my apologies.
It's swft.towing@gmail.com.
Investigator Hazlett, is this a valid email address for SWFT Towing?
Yes, it is.
How do you know?
I communicated to SWF Towing through that email address, through the investigation.
Thank you. If we could please scroll back to the bottom of the page, I'm looking to see who is. All right, jump to the next page, please. These cover sheets throw off my page numbers. Right there would be great. Thank you. At the top of this page, Investigator Hazlett, who is indicated as the member partner of SWFT Towing?
Eduardo Lopez.
Thank you. If we could please take this down. Investigator Hazlett, this case involves 3 consolidated CPANs, is that right?
That is correct.
Were those CPANs served on the respondent?
Yes, they were.
How were the CPANs served?
Initially, we sent certified mail to the respondent, but they did not accept them from the post office. And then we had a sheriff serve them in person.
Okay, let's break that down a little bit. If we could please pull up what's been marked as Staff's Hearing Exhibit 113. And while we do that, Investigator Hazlett, you said that these CPANs were initially served certified mail, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you send them certified mail?
Yes, I compiled all 3 CPANs into one envelope and sent them via certified mail to SWF Towing LLC to the designated agent, Eduardo Lopez.
Great, thank you. Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is the mailing with the tracking number and the stamp right before I put it in the mailbox.
And did you keep this in your case records in the regular course of business?
Yes, I did.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit Hearing Exhibit 113.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, did you send this certified with return receipt requested?
Yes, I did.
And did you obtain tracking information on as to where this envelope, the route that this envelope took?
Yes, I did.
Where was it addressed to?
2539 Gunnison Street, Colorado Springs, Colorado 80909.
Was that the same address that's listed in the IFMS record?
Yes, it is.
And was it sent to the designated agent on file, same listed in the IFMS record?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could please take this down. Investigator Hazlett, you testified that you had obtained some tracking information. If we could please pull up what's been marked as Staff's Hearing Exhibit 114. Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is the United States Postal Service tracking information for the letter that I sent.
And does that tracking number match the certified receipt on that envelope that we just looked at?
Yes, it does.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And is this kept in the case record in the regular course of business?
Yes,
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this in the ordinary course of business?
yes.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 114.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, you said once you put this in the mail, did you receive updates from the USPS on where this envelope, what track this envelope took?
Yes.
What was the result of the mailing of this certified notice of the CPANs?
The item was refused at the addressee's address on August 11, 2025. Looks like at 12:53.
Thank you. If we could please take this down. Investigator Hazlett, so the certified mailing of the CPAN, that would have complied with the rules. Were any additional steps taken to serve swift towing?
Yes.
And you mentioned those steps. Did you take those additional steps to serve the CPAN?
No, I didn't. My partner, investigator Joe Potts, facilitated the rest of the, I guess, serving the CPAN. So,
Okay, well, we'll defer to Investigator Potts to testify as such. Moving on, Investigator Hazlett, did you investigate a PUC complaint against SWFT Towing?
yes, I did.
Who made that complaint?
Shanine Courts with Midnight Recovery.
What's Midnight Recovery?
It's a towing carrier. That's also, they are permitted through the commission, and they also do repossessions.
And can you briefly describe the nature of the complaint that you investigated?
Shanine Courts, like I said, with Midnight Recovery, reported that they were repossessing a Buick Enclave for their client and credit union. The vehicle was reported to be towed or reported to be at Swift Towing storage lot. So Midnight Recovery sent a driver to Swift or SWFT Towing on 7/14/2025. The driver with Midnight Recovery paid with a check, received an invoice, but did not pick up that vehicle at the time. They were asked to come back later in the day because SWFT Towing didn't have enough employees to pull the vehicle from the back of the lot. The Midnight Recovery driver returned later in the day. The Buick was not released even after payment was accepted and paid in full, and was told to call the next day for further information. Ms. Courts called the next day to get the further information. She called SWFT Towing and was told that the vehicle would not be released. The check was voided and more money was owed on the vehicle.
All right, Investigator Hazlett, we're going to walk through each of those points and break that down. So you said you'd received a complaint. If we could, and based on that complaint, were you provided any additional information on how to pay the?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, did you receive any documentary evidence based on your investigation and speaking with Midnight Recovery?
Yes, she provided the invoice that they received when they paid for the retrieval of the Buick.
Thank you. If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 102, the public version. And if we could please scroll down past the cover page. Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
Can it be blown up just a little bit, please?
Oh, I forgot to ask.
Sorry, I'm blind.
Me too. Are you able to view this document?
Yes, this is the invoice that was provided to me by Shanine Courts from Midnight Recovery.
And how did you obtain this document?
She sent it via email.
And was this kept in the ordinary course of business by the PUC?
Yes, it was.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 102, both the public and confidential version.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, can you see this pretty well?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some specific questions about this. What type of tow is indicated in this invoice?
It says private property tow.
And what's a private property tow?
Private property tow, or another word for it is a PPI, private property impound. It's a non-consensual tow from a residential or commercial private property.
And what was that PPI stand for?
Private property impound.
Okay. And that's the type of tow this is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the call number assigned to this invoice?
49394.
And what is the stock number on this invoice?
232-97899.
Why is the stock number important?
The stock number is important because that's an auto-generated number from tow books, initiate or attached to an invoice that's created by the carrier.
Okay. What type of vehicle is being towed?
It's a 2017 Buick Enclave.
And what is the license plate for that Buick?
DKN L91.
If we could please scroll up a little bit.
Sorry, up or down?
Or down, sorry. I'm sorry. My view is only half of the page. Thank you. That'd be great. Investigator Hazlett, were photographs of the vehicle's condition taken prior to connecting this Buick?
No, they were not.
And is that the basis for violation number 3?
Yes.
And were photographs taken for the reason for the tow?
No.
And was that the basis for violation number 4?
Yes.
Are photographs for the reason for the tow and the vehicle's condition required to be taken under the rules?
Yes.
Did you request photographs from SWFT Towing in regards to this tow?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any?
No, I did not.
In this invoice, what is the date of the tow?
6/18/2025.
And on or around what time is this reported tow?
The time of the tow states 6:17 p.m.
Okay. Who is the driver?
Keith Kaiser,
And who authorized the tow according to this invoice?
Eloy Ilipa.
Did SWFT Towing provide a copy of the property owner authorization form?
No, they did not.
Okay. And was that the basis for violation number 2?
Yes, it is.
We'll come back to that. I'd like to continue reviewing this exhibit. Where was the vehicle towed from?
2450 Lower Gold Camp Road in Colorado Springs, Colorado, 80906.
And where was it towed to?
260 East Taylor Street, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 80902 or 7. Sorry.
I can't see it myself, so do we have the right
7.
7? Is it okay? Thank you. How many days was it stored?
27 days.
And what was the amount billed on this invoice?
$1,883.36.
And where is that on this document?
It's at the bottom on the right-hand side.
Could we please scroll up just a little bit so I can take a look at the bottom down there?
I assume you mean scroll down.
Scroll down. Yes, I'm trying to view the bottom. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I just can't see the whole page. I appreciate that. You had just testified to the amount. Was that amount paid?
According to the invoice here, it says check payment of $1,883.36 was applied on the 7/14/2025.
On what date was that amount paid in full?
7/14/2025.
Is that the same date of the violation listed on the CPAN?
Yes, it is.
Who made the payment?
Midnight Recovery for Ant Credit Union.
And does this invoice indicate that the date and time the vehicle was released?
Yes, it does, but it's up on higher on the page.
So if we could move if we could view the top of the page, so is that scroll down?
Oh, too far. They're right there. Perfect.
Thank you.
The date and time it was released was 7/14/2025 at 10:36 a.m.
And who was it released to?
It says here Tyler William Destine, which he is the driver for Midnight Recovery.
Okay. Was this Buick in fact released after being paid in full according to this invoice?
Yes,
And is that the basis for violation number 5?
yes.
If we could please take this down. Why wasn't the Buick released as indicated on this invoice after payment in full was produced?
According to the driver, he was told that they didn't have enough employees at the time to get the vehicle from the back of the lot. So he was asked to come back later in the day, around 5 p.m. to get the vehicle.
And did he return for a second attempt?
Yes, he did.
And was the vehicle then released to him at that time?
No, it was not.
Was the Buick ever released to Midnight Recovery?
No, it was not.
To your knowledge, has SWFT towing violated Rule 6512 before, not releasing the car upon payment?
Yes,
And is that the violation for, or the basis for the doubling of the fine in violation 5?
yes.
If we could please take a look at what's been marked as hearing exhibit 103. Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is a CPAN that was issued to SWF Towing LLC in a previous case.
On what date was this CPAN dated?
If you
Could we blow this up,
please
please?
scroll down and the CPAN was issued on, it was right there.
Just below the total amount, I believe there's a date at the bottom of the page there. Investigators Hazlett, can you see that?
Yes,
Okay, what's the date of the CPAN?
11/12/2024.
And when did these, on or about when did these violations occur?
October of 2024.
And what rule did SWFT towing violate in violation number 4?
Failure to immediately accept payment of the vehicle and release it upon payment.
Is that the same violation alleged in the current CPAN before the commission in violation number 5?
Yes,
Did SWFT towing pay the CPAN?
yes, it did.
If we could scroll down to the bottom of this page, the bottom of the document. Thank you, right there. Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is the payment receipt that was made from SWFT Towing.
And did SWFT pay the total amount imposed by the CPAN?
Yes, they paid the half amount by the 10th day, so they paid $632.50.
Okay. And in doing so, did SWFT admit liability?
Yes, they did.
And is this CPAN and paid invoice take place within the last 24 months?
Yes,
And is that the basis for the doubling of the fine pursuant to the allegation in violation number 5?
yes.
If we could please take this down. Thank you. Investigator Hazlett, you had previously testified this was a PPI tow. Are PPI tows required to be reported to law enforcement under the rules?
Yes,
And were you able to verify whether this PPI tow of the Buick was reported to law enforcement?
yes, it was.
And which law enforcement agency was this PPI tow reported to?
The Colorado Springs Police Department.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 104. And if we could make that larger, please. Zoom in. Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is the dispatch notes for the tow that was reported on 618 for the Buick Enclave.
And how did you obtain this document?
I requested it through the Colorado Springs Police Department.
And is this kept in your case record during the regular course of business?
Yes, it is.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 104.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, what is the date of the tow reported to Colorado Springs PD?
6/18/2025 or 6/18 on here.
Where do we see that date on this CAD report?
So it's kind of in the just below all the first part of the information. It says remarks. It says date in the middle.
Okay, and what's that date one more time?
6/18.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard. Thank you. What car was
It's
towed?
also at the top. I'm sorry. It's also at the top. 6/18/25. Right underneath it says details.
Great, thank you. What type of car was towed?
Buick Enclave.
And what is the license plate for that Buick?
DKN L91.
And where was it towed from?
2450 Lower Gold Camp Road, Morningstar Memory Care Facility.
And Honor, about what time was the car towed?
It states 1836, which is 6:36 in regular time.
And what type of tow was reported?
Private property tow.
And who reported the tow?
SWFT Towing LLC, and Keith is the person that called it in.
And does the information you just testified to in this Colorado Springs PD CAD record match the information on the midnight recovery invoice?
Yes, it does.
Do you know whether the complainant Midnight Recovery notified SWFT towing of the Colorado Springs report here?
Yes, I did.
How do you know?
Because she had told me when she called the next day after they wouldn't release the vehicle, she called and said that she said she called the Colorado Springs Police Department to verify the information that was listed on the invoice that she received and confirm that the vehicle was reported as a private property tow. She also recorded the conversation, so I heard that she did say that to SWFT Towing.
If we could please take this down. Investigator Hazlett, did you obtain additional documentary evidence to support the date of the tow of June 18th, 2025?
Yes, I did.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 105. Thank you. Investigator Hazlett, are you able to view this document?
Yes, I am.
And how did you obtain this document?
It was provided by SWFT Towing after a request was made.
And was this kept in the case record in the regular course of business activities?
Yes, it was.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 105.
Admitted.
Are we allowed to speak, or do we have to wait until everybody's done?
Well, you are not representing the company, so you would only be able to speak as a witness. Mr. Lopez is representing the company and is expected to know how to conduct a hearing as an attorney would. But you will get an opportunity to present your case if that's your question.
Investigator Hazlett, who drafted this letter?
A representative with SWFT Towing.
And how did you come by this letter?
I emailed the company requesting documents for the tow, and they sent this document, or SWFT Towing sent this document.
And who is it addressed to?
Denisha Lucero and Ent Credit Union.
And on what date does this letter from SWFT Towing indicate the tow occurred?
June 18, 2025.
And at what time?
6:17 p.m.
And is that the same information that's indicated in the Colorado Springs CAD report you just testified to?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down just a little bit or to the bottom of the page, thank you. And what vehicle is described in this letter?
A 2017 Buick Enclave.
And that's the Buick we're discussing, right?
That's correct.
And does it have the same plate number listed?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. If we could please take this down. Investigator Hazlett, is a tow company required to do a vehicle record search?
Yes, it is.
What is a vehicle record search?
They run the VIN number on the vehicle to determine who the registered owner and the lien holder is.
Why does a tower conduct that vehicle record search?
State law requires them to do that, to send notification to the registered owner and the lien holder that the vehicle was towed.
And when does a tower typically run that search?
They're required to do that before the 10th day after the vehicle was towed.
Did SWFT run a vehicle record search on the Buick that we're talking about?
Yes, it did.
And did SWFT provide the vehicle record search to the PUC?
Yes, they did.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 106. If we could zoom in a bit. Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is the vehicle record search for the Buick Enclave.
And how did you obtain this document?
The SWFT towing sent it through my email request.
And did you keep this case in? Did you keep this in the case record in the regular course of business?
Yes, it did.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 106.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, who generates this search record?
It's the Department of Revenue, the Division of Motor Vehicles, that the database or the program is what the company has to use.
And what is the date of this document?
It's June 23rd, 2025.
So closer in time to the date of the tow on 6/18.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? So within that 10-day period.
Yes.
And what vehicle was searched?
The 2017 Buick Enclave.
And who is the owner?
If you scroll down a little bit on the page, please. So the registered owner is Denisha Lucero, and there's also a lien holder attached to it.
And who is the lien holder?
Ent Credit Union.
If we could please scroll back to the top of the page. Investigator Hazlett, looks like there's 2 stickers up there. What are those 2 stickers?
Those are the tracking numbers for the certified mail that was sent pursuant to the state law requires them to send that before the 10th day is up.
And what do the numbers 624 mean?
That appears to be the date that the letters were sent.
So was this sent certified mail on that date?
Yes, it was, and I did verify using those tracking numbers that that date was when the letters were sent to the registered owner and the lien holder.
Thank you. If we could please take this down. If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 107. Investigator Hazlett, you've been asked a couple times how you received these documents in the case, and your testimony has been via this request from SWFT Towing. Do you have any evidence to indicate that you made that request?
Yes, I saved the email that was sent to SWFT towing.
And if we could zoom in a bit, Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is the initial request I made asking for the documents related to the tow.
And is this your email kept in the case record in the regular course of business?
Yes, it is.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 107.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, what was the date that you sent this email?
July 15, 2025.
And what records did you request?
I requested all invoices for the Buick Enclave, any photos that are relevant to the tow, the tow authorization form, the VIN search and proof of certified mail. And then I asked questions regarding the different payments that were on the invoice from Midnight Recovery.
Thank you. If we could please scroll down a little bit further. Did you receive a response from SWFT Towing?
Yes, I did.
If we could keep scrolling, is that response indicated here?
So on July 16th, they sent a separate email with an invoice. And then I further requested information, the additional information such as the VIN search, certified mailing, and all invoices and any photos. I sent that later, and then they facilitated that request by replying to this email with the VIN search, another impound summary, and that letter that we looked at earlier.
All right. If we could scroll to the top of this page 3. The date you sent this email, you received a response from your records request, right?
Yes.
SWFT complied with the PUC rules to respond and provide that documentation. Is that right?
Yes.
Can we scroll up a little bit higher? I'm trying to locate. There we go. Right there will be great. Thank you. Investigator Hazlett. What email did you send that to?
swft.towing@gmail.com.
And that's the same email that was listed in the IFM's report?
That's correct.
There's an indication that you received 3 attachments in response to your records request. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had mentioned there might be another email prior to receiving this one. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If we could please pull up what's been marked as Hearing Exhibit 115. Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is the separate email that I received from SWFT Towing after the request I made for the initial, all the documents on 7/15/2025.
Okay. And did you keep this in your case record in the regular course of business?
Yes, it did.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit Hearing Exhibit 115.
How many pages is it? Oh, just one. Yeah,
It's just this one. Mm-hmm. Your Honor, staff moves to admit Hearing Exhibit 115. This one-page email from respondent.
Did I not? I'm sorry. Maybe I muted myself. Did Sorry.
Investigator Hazlett, what is the date of this email?
July 16th, 2025.
And is that the same date cited as the date of the violation in the CPAN?
Yes, it is.
And what record was attached to this email?
It was the invoice I received from SWFT Towing regarding the tow of the Buick Enclave.
All right, this is the SWFT invoice. That's not the same invoice that was provided to Midnight Recovery and paid, is that right?
That is correct.
And Investigator Hazlett, I think I asked you before, but in your correspondence with SWIFT and SWFT, did you ever receive any photos related to the tow of the Buick as required by the rules?
No, I did not.
They were never attached to any of these emails as indicated, is that right?
No, they were not.
All right, if we could please take this down. Investigator Hazlett, we looked at that Buick letter that we previously referenced in Hearing Exhibit 105.
Mm-hmm.
The Buick VIN search that you received as marked as Hearing Exhibit 106. There's another attachment, the Buick impound. Did you receive that as well?
Yes, it did.
And that was from SWFT Towing?
Yes, it was.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as Hearing Exhibit 108. If we could please zoom in, please. Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is an impound summary that was supplied by SWFT towing.
And did you keep this in your case record in the regular course of business?
Yes, it did.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 108.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, who created this record?
SWFT towing.
And what is the reason for the tow indicated in this impound summary?
Private property tow.
And what date is indicated on the impound summary?
6/18/2025.
And who authorized the tow in the impound summary?
Eloy Elipa.
And what was on or about what time was it towed?
It says time of tow 6:17 p.m.
And on or about what time was it reported?
6:29 p.m.
So this is the same information that we saw in the Colorado Springs CAD call details, is that right?
That's correct.
And does the impound summary indicate the type of car that was towed?
2017 Buick Enclave with the same license plate.
And does same plate, thank you. That would have been my next question. Does the storage fee indicate how many days the Buick has been impounded?
Yes, says 34 days or 34.
And does that start accruing from 6/18/2025 according to this impound summary?
Yes.
So from the date of the tow on 6/18 to 7/25, that's where they get the 34 days.
Yes.
And this was billed as a PPI tow, right?
Yes.
In fact, is there a fee for a PPI tow on this?
Yes, there is.
And what is that amount?
$245.32.
Okay, and this is the impound summary supplied by SWFT Towing that indicates the total amount due as of 7/21. The amount is 1953 and change. Do you see that down there?
Yes, I do.
And is that because SWFT Towing failed to release the vehicle on 7/14 upon receiving that payment from Midnight Recovery?
Yes.
If we could please take this down. Investigator Hazlett, do you know why this Buick was towed in the first place?
Because it was abandoned at the property at 2450 Lower Gold Camp Road, which is a memory care facility that people reside at.
Why was it at that location?
It was left there after an accident.
Thank you. And during your investigation, did you find out how that Buick came to be at that location?
Yes.
And
yeah.
Was it parked at this place?
It landed in a field on the property after the accident.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So it was involved in an accident, is that right?
Correct.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 109.
The public version, I assume?
Yes, please, the public version. And if we could please scroll down past the cover sheet. And if we could please zoom in a few times over. There's very, very tiny print here. Investigator Hazlett, can you see what we're looking at?
Yes.
And what is this document?
This is the crash report that was provided by the Colorado Springs Police Department.
How did you obtain this document?
I requested it through the Colorado Springs Police Department.
And is this record kept in the ordinary course of business by the PUC?
Yes.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 109, both the public and confidential version.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, can you see what was the date of the crash or the accident?
5/2/2025.
And where did the crash take place?
2450. Well, it says Lower Gold Camp Road. I want to say it's 2450. I have to look for the date or the address number.
That's okay. We're all this is the same road that we've all been talking about. Is that right?
Correct.
And if we could scroll down to, let's see, what's page 4, but if it's page 6 maybe? With yeah, let's shoot for page 6. I didn't take into account the okay, I think so. What type of vehicle crashed?
A Buick Enclave.
And what's the plate number?
DKN L91.
So this is the Buick we're talking about.
That's correct.
If we could scroll up to the previous page, does the Colorado Springs PD crash report indicate what happened to the Buick?
It remained at the point of rest.
So it stayed in the field.
Yes.
And if we could go to the next page down, I think it's page 6. Does the report indicate whether or not the Buick was towed?
It does indicate it, and it was not towed.
And that's on this report. There's a box checked or something.
Correct.
Okay. If we could please take this down. Investigator Hazlett, earlier in your testimony, I said would circle back to an issue of authorization as it relates to that violation number 2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And we've made mention of Eloy Alipa as the person who authorized the tow based on these various exhibits and evidence. Who is Eloy Alipa?
He's the maintenance director for the memory care facility at 2450 Lower Gold Camp Road.
And how is Mr. Alipa involved in this case?
He was the one that requested and authorized for the vehicle to be towed from the field at the property.
Okay. In speaking, did you speak with Mr. Eloy Alipa?
Yes, it did.
And what did your investigation uncover?
That he discovered the vehicle and learned it was in an accident prior to him finding it, and then it sat for a couple weeks until he was allowed to tow the vehicle. He had to wait for new management to get in place at the facility for him to tow the vehicle.
So he couldn't take any action before new management took over. Was that right?
That's correct.
Do you know when did new management take over?
June of 2025.
Did Mr. Alipa indicate whether or not the facility had a contract to tow with SWFT Towing?
No, they did not.
And based on the exhibits and evidence, did Mr. Alipa is the named person who authorized the tow of the Buick, is that right?
That's correct.
Who can give authorization for a PPI tow?
It is the property manager or a designated person for or works for the company or the property owner.
Does the PUC have a specific form for authorization for a PPI tow?
Yes, it does.
And if we were to look back at the email correspondence and records request, did you request a copy of the tow authorization form from SWFT Towing?
Yes, it did.
Did you receive one? No,
No, I did not.
When would an authorization of form have been filled out?
Prior to the tow. They have to have that done prior to the vehicle being touched or towed.
Okay. And the evidence in the record indicates that what was the date of this tow?
6/18/2025.
And is that the date of the violation that was listed on the CPAN?
Yes, it is.
And that was the basis for the violation of a violation in
Yes.
Thank you. In violation 2. If we could please, oh, thank you. As part of your follow-up inquiry with Midnight Recovery, did you receive additional information that was provided beyond that invoice they provided?
Yes, I had contacted them several times throughout the investigation. And one time I did mention that I was trying to get in contact with the registered vehicle owner. And they mentioned that they had contact because they've repossessed the vehicle a couple other times. So they were going to call. And we were talking about authorization. And they mentioned, well, they didn't understand because there was a signature on the invoice. When I mentioned I didn't have that signature. And then there was a second page that was given to the driver when they paid by check on that first initial day, but she forgot about it because it's normally not kept with their repossession paperwork.
Can we please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 110? Investigator Hazlett, what are we looking at here?
This is the second page of the invoice that was received by Midnight Recovery.
And how did you obtain this document?
It was sent via email.
Did you keep this in your case record in the regular course of business?
Yes, it did.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like this?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 110.
I do have a question. What was it hearing exhibit 102?
Hearing exhibit 102, Your Honor, was the what we're calling the midnight recovery invoice that was provided to Midnight Recovery when they went to pick up the vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Admitted.
And Your Honor, for clarification, that hearing exhibit 102, what we're calling the midnight recovery invoice, that was admitted as well, right?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Investigator Hazlett, again, the authorization form. When was this document received by the PUC?
This document was received on 7/18/2025.
And refresh my recollection. How did you recover this document during your investigation?
Shanine Courts with Midnight Recovery sent it via email to me.
And whose signature is that?
That is Eloy Alipa.
And were you able to verify that?
Yes, I sent him this document to verify that he did sign it.
Okay, and did he agree that that was his signature then?
Yes, he did.
And how is that signature allegedly obtained?
He said he met the tow truck driver in the field and signed an iPad before the vehicle was towed.
Is this a valid authorization form under the rules?
No, it's not.
What is it missing?
The actual form is written and created by the commission. So it's an actual form that is created by the commission that the tow carrier must use.
And is this that form?
This is not the form. This is their invoice.
Is this the basis for alleging violation number 2?
Yes.
And should have, let's see. You said this was some sort of attachment to hearing exhibit, the midnight recovery invoice that was paid.
That's correct.
To this point, all documents support this. The date of the tow took place on June 18th, 2025. Is that right?
Correct.
What is the date underneath Mr. Alipa's signature there?
It is 5/22/2025.
And you had learned that that is Mr. Alipa's signature. How did SWFT Towing obtain his signature?
He signed an iPad that had the tow truck driver had on him before the
Okay.
vehicle was towed.
If we could please take this down. Investigator Hazlett, this next line of questioning relates to that second invoice, or the invoice that you had testified to that was provided by SWFT Towing, and for the commission, the allegations alleged in violation number 1. If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 111. Investigator Hazlett, you had previously testified during your records request from the respondent regarding the Buick. When did you make that request?
I requested all the documents on 7/15/2025.
And in response, SWFT Towing provided this invoice related to the tow. Is that right?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Thank you. On what date did SWFT allege the tow took place?
5/22/2025.
And is that the same date of the violation listed on the CPAN?
No.
I think I asked the wrong question then. Let's see. On what date did SWFT provide you with this invoice?
They provided this document on July 16, 2025.
And is that the date of the alleged violation that you listed in the CPAN under violation number 5?
You mean violation 1, right? Isn't that?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're correct. I do mean violation number 1.
And yes,
Thank you. To clarify, you were provided this document on 7/16/2025 that resulted in the date of the violation, listed for violation number 1 in the CPAN, right?
that is correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you for clarifying with me. Now, this invoice is distinct or not the same one that was presented to Midnight Recovery and was paid by them, right?
That's correct. It's different.
Upon receipt of this SWFT invoice, did you keep this in your case records in the regular course of business?
Yes, it did.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep those records received upon request in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 111.
Admitted.
Investigator Hazlett, what is the call number for this invoice?
49387.
What is the stock number for this tow?
240-15251.
And again, why is the stock number important?
Through my investigation, I contacted Tobro, or I learned that the stock number is an auto-generated number provided by Towbooks for the invoice for a specific invoice created by the tow carrier. A tow carrier cannot alter that number. It's assigned to the invoice and it's auto-generated and it goes up numerically.
So when you say it goes up numerically, is this stock number higher or larger or greater than the stock number that we saw in the Midnight Recovery invoice?
Yes, the stock number is larger
And
than
what
the
does
one
that
that we saw.
and what does that indicate to you?
Indicates to me that this invoice was created after that invoice that I saw from Midnight Recovery.
And that's because Towbooks generates that number and it cannot be manipulated. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. What is the reason given for this tow?
Accident.
And what type of vehicle does this invoice involve?
2017 Buick Enclave with the same license plate.
That's our Buick, yes.
Mhm.
What was the alleged, Investigator Hazlett, could you answer with yes or no? This is our
Yes.
Buick. Thanks.
Yes.
Sorry. I heard your but I just wanted to clarify. Investigator Hazlett, what was the alleged date of the tow on this invoice?
5/22/2025.
And who was the driver?
Keith Kaiser.
And where was it towed from?
2450 Lower Gold Camp Road, Colorado Springs, Colorado 80906.
And where was it towed to?
The Swift Yard at 2060 East Taylor Street, Colorado Springs, Colorado 80907.
So this same Buick, it took the same path as the one documented in the Midnight Recovery invoice with a tow date of 6/18/2025. Is that right?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you uncover any evidence that this Buick was towed more than once?
No, I did not.
Did you come by any information that this Buick had been returned to that resting place in the field and towed twice?
No, I did not get that information.
Investigator Hazlett, so it's highly unlikely the Buick was towed from the same location to the SWFT tow yard on 5/22 and again on 6/18/2025. Is that right?
Right. Yes.
At the top of the page there, I don't know if you can see it. It's at the very top. Whose name is listed there?
Denisha.
Who is Denisha?
She's the registered vehicle owner.
Yes. So the registered owner that we learned from the vehicle records search and hearing exhibit 106, is that right?
That's correct.
And the vehicle record search was conducted in the future from this point on 6/23, was that right?
Yes.
Did you come
I mean,
across any evidence to show that SWFT knew who the owner of the Buick would have been on May 22nd?
no, I did not.
Did the PUC receive a record that this was reported to Colorado Springs PD on May 22nd?
No,
Did the PUC receive an impound summary from SWFT dated May 22nd, all of 2025?
no,
Did the PUC receive a VIN search for the Buick from 5/22?
no,
But the PUC did receive all those records dated for a tow on 6/18, is that right?
correct.
Is Mr. Eloy Alipa mentioned in this invoice?
No, he doesn't. No, he's not.
Can we scroll up or down? I'm not sure which direction we're all going, but yeah, that information down there. Thank you. Right. Oops, too far. Sorry, the bottom half of page 1 is where we're headed. Thank you. That notes section.
The page
Investigator,
number will help me a lot. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Trying best to figure out how to get where we're going. Investigator Hazlett, can you say that? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. You just didn't pop up on my screen. Is Mr. Alipa mentioned in this invoice?
No, he's not.
At this point, how many days does this invoice indicate that the Buick was held in impound?
28 days.
What date does this invoice indicate the Buick was released?
6/18/2025.
Was this car released to the owner, Denisha, on 6/18/2025?
No, it was not.
But that's the date of the tow listed in the midnight recovery invoice, right?
That's correct.
And at the top of this screen here, who's the driver?
Keith Kaiser.
And do his notes indicate whether he spoke with anyone on this date?
According to the notes, it says a lady approached him in the field saying that they were the vehicle owner.
And this is the date of 5/22, right?
Correct.
Okay. To clarify, Investigator Hazlett. So on May 22nd, 2025, 20 days after the Colorado Springs PD crash report,
Mhm.
according to this, driver Kaiser went to an accident, happens to meet up with the owner, some lady in the field that claims to be the owner. Is that right?
That's what this invoice indicates, yes.
So the lady standing in the field 20 days after an accident claims to be an owner. Did she speak further with the driver Kaiser?
It appears so, according to the notes.
Yeah, do you know what was discussed?
It looks like that they were discussing that the vehicle had to be moved because it wasn't allowed to be on the property, and she didn't have much money, and then talked about having if they had insurance, and she said she did, and hopefully that would pay for the tow.
And according to this invoice, this all took place on May 22nd, 2025,
That's correct.
which that's 20 days after the accident occurred, right?
Yes.
Did you speak with driver Kaiser?
Yes, it did.
When did you do that?
I spoke with him on 7/18/2025.
And as part of your investigation, did you record that call?
Yes, it did.
If we could please pull up, it's an audio, a hearing exhibit 112. It was accompanied by a cover sheet, but staff is seeking the audio itself.
Yeah, that's going to take me a few minutes longer to get up and running. And once I get it up, I'll need you to tell me if you all can't hear it, because sometimes I can hear it on my end, but you can't. So please do that once I get it up. Thank you.
Investigator Hazlett, as part of your investigation, you recorded this call with Mr. Kaiser, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you keep a recording in the regular course of business during your investigation?
Yes, it did.
And is it the practice of the commission to keep records like that recording during the course of its investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff will move to admit hearing exhibit 112.
And sorry, I'm having a very hard time opening it. I'm gonna try a couple of ways. So that's why it's not up yet. It's not opening. So I'm trying a few things, but just letting you know where I'm at.
And it will be admitted. Casey, would it be helpful if we took just a 5-minute break for everyone to get some water and you could see about getting it going so we're not all sitting here waiting for you?
Sure, if you'd like to do that, that'd be fine.
Okay, let's all come back at 11:15, everyone.
Miss Hazelnut, you're unmuted. And we're still streaming, so you need to
I
All right, let's go back on the record. Do we have everyone?
Ready.
Great. Tracy, are you good?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Please proceed.
Your Honor, staff moves to publish the exhibit. Play the
I'm
recording.
gonna play it. Let me know if you can't hear it. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, Keith, it was it actually happened in, there's some confusion on when, and that's why I was calling you. I hate to bother you, but it was a Buick that was kind of abandoned on a property. It was a memory care facility on Lower Gold Camp
Yes,
Road.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if you towed it in June or May?
To be honest with you, I can't really remember what the time it would be. Is there something wrong? Is there?
Well, I guess there's just a confusion as to when the vehicle was towed. Did you talk to the property manager?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that who requested the tow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that would make sense because I got an invoice from Swift and it said it was towed on June 18th. And I talked to the property manager who said that there was an accident and the vehicle got abandoned in a field. Is that about right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, he said it had been there for a couple of days.
Okay. And then they finally were able to get it towed and called you guys?
Yeah, they just, the property management, so it was a PPI, technically, is what it came across on our end.
Okay.
They called us in to have it towed out of there.
Oh, okay. That kind of clears it up because like I said, there was just, I'm not sure why there was confusion, but there was. So it was do you remember his name? Was it Eloy?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, because that's a strange, not strange, just it's an odd, uncommon name. So.
Yeah, it was something like that. I remember some kind of, it was like Eloy or Evoy or some shit like that.
Oh, okay. All right. And it was a Buick Enclave silver. That's what we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I believe like some medical problem happened and they just kind of went off the road and just kept going and ended up in the field.
Okay. And I know we're in July, so it sounds about right that it happened last month. Maybe?
Yeah, because I'm new with the company, so I've only been with them for almost 2 months now. A month and a half, maybe.
Okay. When did you start?
I started right at the middle of April.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Do you like it?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay. Well, that's great. Well, I'm glad you like it, and, good luck with your career.
Well, thank you.
I really appreciate the call back, and, do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Keith. Have a good day, okay?
Yeah, no problem, you too.
Bye. That call was with Keith Kaiser, the tow truck driver, for July 18, 2025 at 12:25 p.m. He called me.
Well, thank you. If we could take this exhibit down. Investigator Hazlett, in your conversation with Mr. Kyer, did he admit to towing the Buick?
Yes, he did.
And did he speak with the property manager?
Yes, he did.
And in your conversation with Mr. Kaiser, did he say how the tow call came in?
It was a private property tow.
In fact, he volunteered that information, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Did Mr. Kaiser ever mention speaking with the lady in the field on that call?
No, he did not.
Did you speak with the driver involved in the Buick accident?
Yes, it did.
And what did you learn from that part of your investigation?
That after the accident, her and her wife were transported to the emergency room due to the medical incident that caused the accident and because of the accident. And the vehicle was left in the field. Initially, they were told by the police officer that they met at the emergency room that the vehicle would be towed. So she was under the impression that it was not left in the field, that it was actually towed.
Did you ask them whether they authorized a tow?
Yes, I did. I asked them if they had contacted any towing company to tow the vehicle. And she said no, that they didn't call any towing company. They didn't meet any towing company. They didn't authorize a towing company. And they didn't authorize for Swift Towing to tow the vehicle.
So they were not the lady in the field.
No, they were not.
Investigator Hazlett. Based on a totality of the circumstances, did you have probable cause to issue the CPAN for these violations?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, you signed the CPAN declaring as much, is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. One other thing. Investigator Hazlett, do you have any recommendations for the commission?
I do, that the court find SWFT towing should be liable for all counts that are listed on my CPAN, and that the vehicle be released to Ant Credit Union by way of midnight recovery, because they're the repossession vehicle, a repossession company that is hired to repossess the vehicle for Ant Credit Union. That's it.
And Investigator Hazlett, anything further on the recommendation?
No.
So does the Buick still remains in SWFT's custody?
As far as I know, I put a hold on the title and the registration through Department of Revenue, Division of Motor Vehicles.
Okay. Investigator Hazlett, if SFFT, Swift, SWFT, we're fined to be found to be in any violation, would you like them to cease and desist operating before they come into compliance with PUC rules?
Yes, I do. I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, no further questions. One more, actually. Was any amount paid for the release of the Buick that would need to be refunded?
No, the check was voided, and
Okay.
I did verify with midnight
So you're not
recovery
seeking,
that it.
so you're not seeking a refund in this case?
No, I'm not.
All
They
right.
never cashed the check.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, do you have any questions for Investigator Hazlett based on her testimony?
Yes, ma'am. We actually do have a lot of questions, but I would like Ryan to actually is the one talk in this case, because I'm just an owner. I'm not a tow driver. I don't run the tow company. I'm just an owner. I don't know a lot of things that actually happened in this case at all. And I've told that to the investigator before, that I have no idea of a lot of stuff that goes on into
Well,
their.
then with that, okay, can you hear me?
Your Honor, if I can gather what Mr. Lopez is arguing, staff would object.
And what's the basis for that objection?
Your Honor, based on Mr. Lopez's representation, he's the member, the owner, he's the single one. He is the one that is authorized to represent the company. There's been no foundation laid for Mr. Schroeder to have any representative capacity to represent SWFT towing in this case.
My understanding is he is the manager. Let me just take a quick look at something. I want to look up one thing for everyone, so just hold tight. I'm going to go offline for a moment. Just give me just a minute.
I have a question, Ms. Hayden, if you don't mind.
Mr. Schroeder, we need to talk through the judge at this point,
Okay,
but
You just have to wait till the judge comes back online.
no worries.
All right, sorry about that. Mr. Lopez, what is the what type of business entity is SWFT Towing? Is it an LLC?
It's an LLC.
All right, and so is Mr. Schroeder a person in whom the management is vested or reserved?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Did you say Mr. Schroeder is the manager?
Correct.
Of SWFT. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and allow him to represent because he is presumed to be able to speak on behalf of the company. Now, having said that, he then is going to be the person who will be able to speak, and then you can speak as a witness as needed, but otherwise, it's going to be Mr. Schroeder who represents SWFT.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Schroeder, go ahead and you can proceed with your questions of Ms. Hazlett.
Yes, ma'am. I have just a quick question, just to make things, actually for Miss Hayden, to make things, or I guess for investigator Hazlett as well, just to make things quick and easy for everybody. So, so upon release of the vehicle, would that subsequent the charges that are filed in this motion, or would they concur together?
Is that a question to me?
no, Ms. Hazlett, don't answer.
Whoever can.
Okay.
Directed towards Miss Hayden.
This proceeding is not, attorneys don't ask each other legal questions mid-proceeding. What you're doing now is asking Ms. Hayden any questions based on the testimony she just provided.
Okay, awesome. Good morning, Investigator Hazlett. How are you today?
I'm good. How about you?
Good, thank you. First things first, do you remember testifying just a couple minutes ago that Eloy Ilipa stated that he did not authorize the tow until mid-June?
That is correct. That's what he told me.
Okay, and then what was the date under the signature that you said that we had for Mr. Eloy?
It was May 22nd, 2025.
Which you said that you talked to Mr. Eloy and he said that there was no way that he could have signed on that date?
That's what he told me. He was unsure why that date was underneath the signature.
Okay, no worries. Do you remember having a phone conversation with me for about an hour, a little over, directed towards this case?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay, awesome. And you showed the emails from Swift Towing saying we were a little confused on the documentation that you were requesting because we had thought we sent you the pictures.
Objection, Your Honor, to the form of the question.
Mr. Schroeder, can you maybe break that question up into smaller pieces?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Investigator Hazlett, did you receive an email from Swift Towing saying we were confused on your questions?
I mean, I received an email reply and there was questions and I believe it was regarding the invoice, but I don't remember in that. We'd have to go back to that exhibit to see if it was regarding pictures, but I don't remember a response regarding the pictures through email.
Okay. And you said you received a link from us for the invoice as well?
No, I didn't receive
Objection,
a
Your Honor.
link.
Facts not in evidence.
Yeah, I will sustain that. Mr. Schroeder, the question you asked is based on the exhibits that have been provided already, but do you have exhibits you wish to provide? If so, you can provide the exhibits when it's your turn to present the defense. Unless you have any rebuttal exhibits right now. Or were you just, you could continue on with your next question if that's easiest for you.
Oh, let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me look over my notes.
Of course.
Investigator Hazlett, what was your determination for cause of violation number 1, nature of violation, motor carrier made or caused to be made fraudulent or intentionally false statements or records?
And Mr. Schroeder, if I could just ask you to speak a little more slowly from here on out because of the court reporter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You need me to restate?
Yes, please.
Okay. What was your nature of violation for violation number 1, motor carrier made or caused to be made fraudulent or intentionally false statements?
By providing the invoice that is dated for 5/22/2025.
Okay, and your objection of that was that the tow was not done on 5/22, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but the signature of Mr. Eloy was done on that day, 5/22.
That is unclear.
Can we pull up the document that shows Mr. Eloy's signature, the date?
Which document is that?
Oh boy, let's see. I don't have a list of what you guys have, so I can't see. I was never given evidence, so. I can submit it one if you'd like.
I just need to know what document is needed to be pulled up. Ms. Hayden, if you know the number.
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you, which one? I'm trying, I had to pull my list up again. Which one are we looking
I
for?
believe it's 111, I believe.
I believe it's the carry-on of 102. It's the midnight recovery invoice. The second page.
Ms. Hayden, is it 111 like Judge Rosenberg said, or is it 102 like Mr. Schroeder said?
And it's staff's here in exhibit 110.
110, okay.
Did they say that we're gonna need a police or anything?
Investigator Hazlett, what is the date under Mr. Eloy's signature there?
5/22/2025.
Awesome, thank you very much. Moving along as regards into violation number 3, nature of violation, towing carrier failed to take required photographs of vehicle condition. What was your investigatory conclusion as to that violation?
I requested for pictures regarding the tow on 2 occasions and no pictures were provided.
Do you remember if our conversation was before or after those requests?
The first request was before our conversation, and I am trying to recall, I believe we talked on the 18th, maybe? I could be wrong. Can't recall the specific date, but I'm thinking the 18th of July that we talked. And I'd have to look back at that email when I did my second asking for the documents, because all I received is that first invoice, or the invoice dated 5/22.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty hard to remember a couple months after a conversation for sure. Okay, so did you and I talk about the pictures during our conversation for almost an hour?
That may have come up.
Okay. And you did not receive any pictures from Swift Towing or I?
Objection, Your
That's
question. Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I'll go ahead and allow it, but just this once.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you.
I did not receive any pictures from Swift Towing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ryan or Mr. Schroeder, if you could mute your background noise, please.
Let me just move because I'm not 100% sure how to do that. Investigator Hazlett, can you describe the differences between violation number 4 and violation number 3? They seem to be stated as the same to me.
Well, there's two types of photographs that have to be provided. The condition of the vehicle and the reason for the tow, they're two separate. So towing carriers must provide all four corners of all four sides of the vehicle to show the condition. And they should also include the reason for the tow. And that's a separate picture, typically.
You remember during our conversation, Investigator Hazlett, that we told you that we would not release the vehicle? Did that occur?
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Mr. Schroeder, you will have an opportunity to present your defense. At this time, you really should limit your questions to items that Ms. Hazlett has already testified to.
Investigator Hazlett, in your experience with the PUC, is a check a required payment? Yeah, a required needed payment.
The required payment that is accepted is cash or credit card, but a check was accepted.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. I do have a couple of questions for you too, Ms. Hazlett, and forgive me if they're a little out of order here. I do have a question. So based on what you just talked about, what constitutes accepting a check?
Well, from this case, the driver from Midnight Recovery went to retrieve the vehicle. He paid with check. Swift Towing accepted that check and then gave him an invoice that stated that the payment was accepted according to the invoice, that it zeroed out the invoice. So I would take that as Swift Towing or SWFT Towing accepted that form of payment by providing the invoice and saying they can pick up the vehicle, but it has to be later.
And then along the same lines, what do you consider a payment in full?
I consider a payment in full as what is appearing as the total amount due for the invoice. That would include all the charges listed on the invoice for the tow. So at the total, it says how much the tow occurred, including all those costs. So that is what at the bottom of the invoice stated that the payment in full was made.
Okay, thank you. And then you had referred to the check being voided, and you said, and I don't have it, more money was owed on the vehicle. Do you know what that larger amount, the further amount that was owed. Do you know what that amount is or was?
I know there was a communication between Ent Credit Union and SWFT Towing because they were, Ent Credit Union was upset because the only date of tow that they had gotten notification was that letter that we had seen earlier. So they were confused to why more money was owed. So I believe that more money was owed, and I don't remember the exact amount. But it was considerably more than what was the check payment.
Okay. And then sort of moving along, you refer to tow books. Is that something, do all carriers use that?
So it's a program that tow carriers can purchase. It's a program that creates invoices that tow drivers use an app so they can signify the different times that they are doing the different actions. Like when they're en route, they can click on the app to show that when they're dispatched, en route, on scene, at the towing, and then all correlates back to the program and then puts that information on the tow invoice.
Okay. And is it a requirement though to use it?
No, there's different programs out there that a towing carrier can purchase to help with our company and organization.
Okay, thank you. And then moving along, hearing exhibit 115, which was an email from July 16th, I believe it was. And Casey, if you have a moment, if you're able to get 115 up, I just want to take a look at it. I just have a clarifying question for you. This, that the PDF signified as being attached at the bottom, is that what exhibit 111 is?
That is the invoice I received from SWFT Towing that has the date of the tow for 5/22/2025. So I'm not sure, I've lost count on which exhibit it is. I'm sorry.
It might be 110. Casey, do you mind pulling up 110? I think that my notes were confused in this.
Your Honor, may staff respond?
Yeah.
Staff counsel. In regards to that last inquiry by the commission, that email with that attachment does refer to staff's hearing exhibit 111, the invoice provided by SWF Towing.
Okay.
With the date of 5/22.
Okay. All right.
That's
So
a link.
thank you for clarifying that, Casey. We don't need this one. Thank you for putting that up. Let me just see if I have any other questions. Oh, in your requested relief at the end, you discussed cease and desist until SWFT comes into compliance with the rules. Which rules specifically are you requesting that they come into compliance with?
I guess all the rules, regarding, there's been a lot of cases that have been coming up regarding SWFT towing, not releasing vehicles due to violations that were committed, not taking pictures, not providing authorization forms. And then it's just been a lot of cases coming forward and then not complying with the rules.
Have those all been fully adjudicated?
No, there's a pending CPANs that were just filed just last week.
Okay, so they're alleged violation.
That's
at
correct.
This point. Okay. All right. Let me. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Staff,
I
have
do, if that's okay.
No, we don't allow recross in our hearings, but we do allow some redirect in the hearings. But you will have the opportunity to present your defense. But Ms. Hayden, did you have any follow-up questions?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. If we could please look at staff's hearing exhibit 110. Investigator Hazlett, you had previously testified that this doesn't qualify as an invoice. You used PUC invoice form, is that right?
The tow authorization form.
Correct.
No, it does not qualify.
And this is fair to say this is a signature on a page with the date of 5/22, right?
Correct.
But there's no indication on the date of the tow that this might be attached to, is that right? This document doesn't say when a Buick was towed.
No.
Thank you. If we could please take this down.
Redirect.
Your Honor, if we could please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 102, the public version, please. And if we could scroll down to the bottom of the page, the bottom of the document, my apologies. Thank you. Investigator Hazel, on the right-hand side there, this was, does this indicate to you, this is what you were testifying to and speaking with the administrative law judge, is that right?
That's correct.
So this invoice indicates that the amount due, the grand total was paid, is that right?
Yes.
And it lists all the quantities of all the activities that took place at a billing amount to reach that number, is that right?
That is correct.
And this invoice indicates that a check payment for that amount was applied on 7/14, is that 2025? Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
And then this document also indicates that it was released to the midnight recovery person who paid the check, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Do you have another witness?
I have a redirect on the subjects that were just brought back up.
We don't, in our hearings, we don't allow re-cross-examination, but you will have an opportunity to present your case when staff has concluded theirs.
And then I guess also just a side note, what I've been trying to get at this entire time is just a conclusion to the totality of this document. Am I able to?
And when you present your case, that's when right now, the way that these work is one side goes, you do get a chance to respond, but it's typically not the way that it happens in real life, like in a conversation where, it's point to point to point. It's one side goes and then another side goes, but you will get a chance to present your case.
Okay.
So Ms. Hayden, do you have another witness?
No, Your Honor. Staff rests as it pertains to the allegations in the CPAN.
Okay, and then I was envisioning, but that you would then present 0337 and you would do your entire case since there are things tied together. Is that what you were envisioning?
Your Honor, the staff's envision handing the additional 2 CPANs investigated by Investigator Potts to my colleague and co-counsel AG Cox.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. Mr. Cox, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff calls Joseph Potts.
Hello, Mr. Potts. Good morning. Barely. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Potts. For the record,
Good
my
morning.
name is Justin Cox. I'm with the Attorney General's office representing trial staff of the PUC. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joseph Potts, Joseph, last name Potts.
And who is your employer?
The Colorado Public Utilities Commission.
What is your current position with the PUC?
I am a criminal investigator.
How long have you worked as an investigator for the PUC?
4 years.
Do you have any law enforcement background prior to your time with the PUC?
Yes, I was a sheriff's deputy for 15 years at the city and county of Denver prior to joining the state.
Can you briefly describe your duties as a PUC investigator?
We investigate complaints that are filed against or within the industries that are regulated by the PUC.
Does that include towing carriers?
Yes, sir.
As part of your duties, are you familiar with the statutes and rules that govern the regulation of tow carriers in Colorado?
Yes, sir, I am.
As part of your duties, did you conduct investigations which resulted in the issuance of CPAN numbers 144626 and 144762 against SWFT Towing.
Yes, sir, I did.
And just for clarification, I think we've all done it so far. I may say Swift Towing at some point. I will try to catch myself and correct it, but if I do say that, I'm referring to SWFT Towing. And first, I'd like to talk about CPAN number 144626. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 116.
Sorry, give me just a second.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Potts, if we need to zoom in or anything, let us know. We probably can zoom in a little bit, but do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
This is the CPAN document that I issued to SWFT Towing.
Did you create the document?
Yes, sir, I did.
If we could scroll down to page 3. Page 2, excuse me. Wrong page number there. Is that your signature, name and signature?
Yes, it is.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 116.
Admitted.
Investigator Potts, could you please provide a brief summary overview of the violations that are cited here?
Certainly. Late June of this year, I was assigned to a complaint that was filed by a Chester Norton regarding the tow of his 2013 Jeep Patriot that had initially broken down on the side of the highway in Colorado Springs and was consensually towed to a repair shop. However, the tow company responded the following day and removed the vehicle from that property without the permission of the vehicle owner or the property owner due to some sort of payment dispute.
So there are two different tows here. Is that
That's correct? This CPAN pertains to the second tow.
Okay. And I believe there are two different addresses in here, depending on the violation. Can you explain why that's the case?
Certainly. So the address of 225 Main Street is the address of the repair facility, and the address of 2539 Gunnison Street is the address that the tow carrier filed with the commission.
Thank you. Ms. Federico, we can take this down. Thank you. And you mentioned the complaint that you received. When did the tow allegedly occur?
The initial tow occurred on June 20th, late evening hours. That night, Mr. Norton described that his vehicle experienced a breakdown and a Swift tow truck or SWFT tow truck happened to be in the area. Stopped by to check on the driver and the two negotiated a $100 tow to take the vehicle from the point of breakdown to a repair facility in southern Colorado Springs. The two jumped in the tow truck. The vehicle was in towed. It was left after hours. Contact information and payment information was provided to the tow truck driver, as well as information on the vehicle owner in the overnight drop box for the repair facility. The following day, the tow carrier responded back to the repair facility and took the vehicle without the owner's permission or the property owner's permission.
And when did your investigation regarding this complaint occur?
It would have been in July, so the following month.
And what steps did you take to investigate the complaint?
I spoke with the complainant over the phone. initially, and he informed me that he was actually visiting Colorado while out of state, or from out of state, and confirmed the circumstances that he had written in his complaint. I also spoke with the owner of the repair facility, who had told me that she was aware of the circumstances regarding the tow and was actually the person that pulled the camera footage when the vehicle owner contacted them wanting to know the status of the repair of his vehicle. Apparently, the complainant had contacted the repair facility a few days after it was left overnight and asked the status of the repairs, and was informed that they didn't know what he was talking about and they did not have his car. That spurred the general manager to jump onto their security system and review the camera footage, was able to determine that the tow company returned the following day and took the vehicle, again, without their permission or authorization.
Did you also reach out to the company, to SWFT Towing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you reach out to any other entities regarding the tow?
Yes, I contacted law enforcement to verify whether or not this call had been, if this vehicle had been called in and reported as a private property impound to both the Colorado Springs Police Department and the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. And in both cases, I was informed that they had not.
Did you receive a copy of the invoice related to this tow?
I did. The complainant contacted me a few days after I was assigned to the complaint and told me that he was able to make arrangements with another tow company to travel down to the SWFT tow yard, had paid the fees, and they then transported the vehicle back to the repair facility. And he was provided with a copy of the invoice, which he also provided to me.
And when you say they transported, or you transported it back to the repair facility, are you referring to SWFT Towing?
Now, he told me that he hired a different tow company to take the vehicle back to the repair shop the second time.
If we could pull up hearing exhibit 117.
You said 117, correct?
Correct. If you're able to zoom in just a little bit. Helpful. Okay, thank you. Investigator Potts, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
What is it?
This is the invoice that the complainant provided me with.
And is this invoice relate to the tow that we've been discussing?
Yes, sir.
And does the invoice indicate this was from SWFT Towing?
Yes, sir, it does.
Is this document consistent with the information you were provided by the complainant?
Yes, it is.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 117.
Admitted.
And Investigator Potts, is the vehicle identified here the complainant's vehicle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's the 2013 Jeep Patriot?
That's correct.
How much was charged ultimately for this tow?
We'd have to scroll to the bottom of the invoice.
Yeah, if we could scroll down just a little bit. There we go.
And if we could zoom in a little bit as well. I believe it's $760.
And there are a number of fees listed there. Could you just briefly summarize those fees for those who may not know exactly what those towing charges are?
Certainly, we have a mileage fee of $3.80 a mile times 3.6 miles. We have a hook fee, $245. a first tow not paid fee of $100, a $75 admin fee. There appears to be a $3.52 discount. But then we have $7 of storage being billed at $47.12 a day.
And are these fees generally consistent with the statute and commission rules related to towing fees and charges?
Yes, they are.
And if you could clarify for us what the admin fee is, if you're familiar.
So, according to statute and commission rule, tow carrier is required to perform a search for the registered owner and any lien holder of the vehicle and send notice via certified mail of the tow and impound. If they comply with that statute, they're allowed to charge $75 if the vehicle is towed from private property, $150 if the vehicle is towed from public property.
Thank you. And then this first tow not paid fee, is that something authorized by statute?
No.
Or
according
rule?
according to commission rule, the towing carrier can only charge the fuel surcharge, storage, the hook fee, and daily storage, in addition to the admin fee. So as long as they comply with the search and notification requirement, no additional charges or surcharges are allowed to be charged when the vehicle is towed without the owner's consent.
And does the invoice indicate if the complainant paid the fees charged?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. We can go ahead and take this down. You mentioned earlier that you visited the property and were able to view the video to verify the tow. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was security video that was taken at the repair facility?
That's correct.
We could pull up, maybe I'll just stop here before ALJ Rosenberg. Is there a time you want to stop for lunch?
About how much longer do you anticipate questioning Mr. Potts?
It's still going to be a good while. We still need to go through all the violations, and not only for this CPAN, but for the next CPAN as well. So it's going to be probably at least an hour. An
hour? Okay. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to take a break then now, unless Mr. Schroeder, do you have any input on that?
That's fine. A break now is fine.
All right. Would you all like 45 minutes, an hour? Staff, do you have a preference?
Either one would work for us. We can do it within 45 minutes if that's what you prefer.
And
whatever,
Mr. Schroeder.
Whatever's fine.
How about this? How about we split the baby? Let's come back at 12:50. Well, I guess that's close to 45 minutes. So is 12:50 okay?
That's fine.
With everyone? Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene at 12:50. We're going to go off the record now. Thank you. All right, we are back on the record. Mr. Cox, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Great, please go ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Potts, just after the break, let's kind of reset where we're at, make sure everybody's back on track. So we were talking about CPAN number 144626, and that involved the tow of a vehicle that was essentially towed twice. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the CPAN relates to the second tow. The first tow was requested by the complainant, and the vehicle was taken to a repair facility. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then subsequently the next day, the SWFT towing returned and towed the vehicle from the repair facility. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before the break, we were starting to get into you had, as part of your investigation, you had gone to the repair facility, and I don't know if we've actually said it. Did you state the name of the repair facility? You can do that.
The name of the repair facility is the Auto Tech Plaza.
Okay. So as part of your investigation, you said you went there, you viewed security footage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 118, which is a video.
Yeah, it's going to be the same as the other one. It might take a minute.
Okay.
Let me try. It's a video, not just audio. I'm asking, is that true?
Correct. Yes,
Yeah.
it's a video.
And it will open, but it doesn't have content. I think it's not. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Took a very long time to load. Give me a second.
Okay. And there really isn't audio in there. Yep, that looks to be the correct one. Thank you, Ms. Federico. Mr. Potts, are you familiar with this video?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
This is the video that the general manager showed me and then provided me with after I met with him at the repair shop.
And are you able to identify the property that's in this video?
Yes, this is the Auto Tech Plaza.
And how do you know it's Auto Tech Plaza?
This is the location I went to and met with their general manager. And then she showed me the video, and I recognized the video as being the location that I was at.
And if you could just summarize kind of what's happening in this vehicle, or what's happening in this video.
So the vehicle is being dropped off in the parking lot of the Auto Tech Plaza. It looks like either the driver of the vehicle or the tow truck driver had just placed something in the overnight drop box for the repair facility. There is a second vehicle that just pulled up next to the tow truck, and the vehicle owner will soon get in that vehicle and leave. The vehicle is left at approximately 11 o'clock that Friday evening.
And if we could move forward on the video a little bit until we see the vehicle.
Do you have a time stamp about when that is?
You should be able to see it. Sorry. It's towards the very end, I think. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the other video. Excuse me. So, Mr. Potts, what's the date and time stamp on this video?
Can we zoom in a little bit, make it bigger?
I don't think so on a video, unfortunately.
So I know this occurred on, okay, I can get it when I zoom my face in. June 20th at 23:34 hours. So that's 11:34 p.m.
And is that consistent with what you were, the information that you received from the complainant?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to identify the tow truck in this video?
I did recognize the logo when it initially pulled into the parking lot.
And what was the tow carrier?
SWFT towing.
Thank you. Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 118.
Admitted.
Ms. Federico, I think we can take this one down and pull up hearing exhibit 119, which is another video.
Yes, and while I'm getting that up, there was a slip sheet for 112, which was helpful, but there was not one for 118 or 119. Can you please get some slip sheets into box for these other two exhibits?
Yes, we can. Making sure that the second one looks like it. Thank you, Ms. Federico. Investigator Potts, are you familiar with this video?
Yes, I am.
And what does it show?
This is a continuation from video one. It's going to show the tow truck leaving the parking lot. And then there's going to be some fast forwarding to the following day. It's going to show the tow truck coming back onto the parking lot and leaving with the vehicle.
And again, how are you familiar with this property?
I visit it personally.
And I think we see the vehicle there. How do you know that this is complainant's vehicle?
The repair facility, after it had been retrieved and brought back after the third tow, had instructed their staff to leave it as B and not to touch it until I had an opportunity to examine it. And that's what they did. I recognized the license plate number with the out-of-state South Dakota license plates and the tow notations that were written on the windshield by the tow company.
And it looks like we see the in the video the tow truck returning. What is the date that the tow truck returned?
This is June 21st, 2025.
And approximate time?
10:54 a.m.
Okay. And again, is this consistent with the information that you received from Autotech Plaza?
Yes, it is.
And do you know what time? And we can skip forward a little bit here.
Within
Again,
a matter
June
of minutes.
Yeah. At about 5:30. And looks like it's about 11:05. Is that are Are these times about approximate and consistent with what was in the invoice?
Yes, it is.
And again, the invoice related to the tow that we're seeing right now on 6/21. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 119.
Admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Federico. We can take this down. So according to Mr. Norton, who is the complainant, and the video received from Autotech Plaza, SWFT Towing towed the vehicle to Autotech Plaza as requested by Mr. Norton. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, and we'll call that the first tow, SWFT Towing released the vehicle and left it at Autotech Plaza.
That's correct.
So SWFT Towing no longer had possession of Mr. Norton's vehicle at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But then as we saw from the video, SWFT came back the next day and towed it away.
Mr. Cox, if
Yes.
you could maybe reframe your questions a bit so that Mr. Potts does the testifying, that would be great.
Sure. And what happened following the first tow after it was left at Autotech Plaza?
SWFT Towing returned the following day and left with the vehicle.
Thank you. And during your investigation, did you communicate with SWFT Towing regarding your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what was that communication?
I informed them that I had been assigned to the complaint, and I requested copies of the tow authorization, proof that the statutory search notification process had been completed, as well as the case number that was provided to the company by law enforcement after the tow had occurred.
Ms. Federico, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 120. Thank you for zooming in. Investigator Potts, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
What is it?
This is the email that I sent to the tow company requesting the documentation.
And how do you know that this was Swift Towing that you were sending to?
This is the email address that the company filed for themselves with the Public Utility Commission.
Staff moved to admit hearing exhibit 120.
Admitted.
And Mr. Potts, were any of the requested documents provided?
No, they were not.
We could scroll down, but what was Swift's towing response here?
They told me that this was a cash tow where there wasn't valid payment, and the vehicle owner apparently would not answer the phone. This was not a non-consensual tow, to paraphrase what they told me.
And are you aware if any of the documents that you requested exist?
Well, they should be. If they're towing a vehicle without the owner's consent, they need to have authorization from the property owner. If the vehicle is being towed without the owner's consent, the vehicle needs to be called in and reported to local law enforcement. And finally, if they are charging for the admin fee, the $75 admin fee, they need to be able to prove that they actually performed a search for the registered owner and lien holder and sent notice that the vehicle had been towed and impounded.
But they did not provide any documents.
No, they did not.
We can take this down. And you talked in your, you mentioned in the response from from SWFT Towing that they had said it was not a non-consensual tow, that was consensual. What is your understanding of a consensual tow?
If the vehicle is towed with the owner's consent or with the consent of the lien holder or their insurance company, it is a consensual tow.
And did the complainant, for the first tow to Autotech Plaza, did the complainant provide consent for that tow?
Yes, he did.
And was consent provided by the complainant for the second tow from Autotech Plaza?
No, it was not.
And if we could pull up hearing exhibit 117 again. This is the invoice for the second tow. What does the invoice indicate as the reason for the tow?
The invoice indicates the vehicle was towed for the reason of repossession.
On this invoice, does it state that a tow vehicle may be repossessed for failure to complete payment?
No, it does not.
Does the invoice state anything regarding the consequences of failure to complete payment?
No, it does not.
And from your understanding, is this the standard invoice form that SWFT Towing uses?
This is consistent with previous invoices that I have received from the company.
But are you aware if any of those prior invoices had language regarding failure to complete payment?
No, I am not.
We can take this down. Investigator Potts, does a towing permit from the PUC authorize tow carriers to conduct repossessions?
No, it does not.
Are they required to have any type of, or entities that conduct repossessions required to have any type of license or registration?
Yes, they are. That is, do you want me to explain?
Go ahead.
So repossessors are overseen by the Attorney General's office. Each month, repossessors are required to file a bond, I believe is what it is, for each month to be an active repossessor within the state of Colorado.
And was SWFT Towing a registered repossessor at the time of the tow?
No, they were not.
And how do you know?
I researched the active bond list from the Attorney General's office for June of 2025 and researched every name that was presented on that list.
Federico, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 121. Mr. Potts, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the June 2025 registered repossessor bond list that I located and received from the AG's office.
And when did you access this document?
Shortly after I was assigned to the complaint.
And is SWFT Towing listed here
No,
on
they're
this
not.
list?
No, they're not.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 121.
Admitted.
And we can take this down. Thank you, Ms. Federico. And are you aware if Autotech Plaza or its employees authorized the tow?
Yes, I did go down and interview several employees as well as the general manager that I spoke with over the phone.
And what did they say?
They informed me that they are not the entities that called or requested the tow, and that the tow company actually did not have their permission to be on their property, removing their customer's vehicle.
And who did you speak with?
I spoke with the general manager, whose name was Sierra Lugo. She also pointed out two additional employees by the name of Tanya Studert and William Richardson, who were present on the day that the vehicle was retrieved on June 21st, and watched the vehicle get picked up by the tow company and removed from the property.
Thank you. And you mentioned, been a little while now, but when you discussed your investigation, you mentioned you had reached out to law enforcement. What law enforcement entity did you communicate with?
I spoke with the Colorado Springs Police Department as well as the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And why did you reach out to them?
To see if this particular tow was called in and reported to their dispatch. And in both cases, both agencies denied that the company had ever called in and reported this as a private property impound.
And are towing carriers required to notify law enforcement of private property impounds?
Yes, they are, within 30 minutes of towing the vehicle from the property.
We could pull up hearing exhibit 125, please. Investigator Potts, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
What is it?
This is the request that I sent to their records manager, Jennifer Underwood, with the Colorado Springs Police Department, requesting whether or not the vehicle was called in and reported to their dispatch.
And did you receive a response?
I did.
And what was that?
They informed me that they did not receive a report of this PPI tow.
We could scroll down a little bit. It's on the end of, there you go. Is that the response that you received?
Yes.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 125.
Admitted.
And Mr. Potts, are carriers required to provide in the tow invoice information related to disclosure of the tow to law enforcement?
Yes, they're required to disclose the name of the agency, the date and time, as well as the case number that the vehicle was reported to.
And was that included on this invoice?
No, it was not.
Ms. Federico, we can take this exhibit down. Thank you. Investigator Potts, when you visited Autotech Plaza, what did you observe regarding any parking restrictions on the property?
There was not any signage present indicating what the parking rules or regulations are, nor were there any advisements disclosing what the consequences were for parking violators.
And are those required before conducting a non-consensual tow?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Now we'll shift gears to the second CPAN number 144762. Ms. Federico, if you could please bring up hearing exhibit 126. Investigator Potts, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the CPAN that I compiled and issued to the tow company.
If we could scroll down to the bottom of there, is that your name and signature?
Yes, it is.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 126.
Admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Federico. We can take that down. Investigator Potts, what caused you to investigate swift towing related to CPAN 144762?
The Public Utility Commission received a complaint that was filed by a Dana Garrity regarding the tow of his 2013 BMW X5 from the Amazon Fulfillment Center in Colorado Springs. He alleged that, he claimed that he parked his vehicle in a handicapped parking space and hung his placard from the rearview mirror. However, it was ultimately towed away later that day. And he alleged that there was not any signage present at the property warning that parking violations would result in the tows of those vehicles.
And what steps did you take to investigate this complaint?
I spoke with Mr. Garrity over the phone, who confirmed the circumstances that he filled out in his complaint. And then I actually visited the property to better understand the layout of the facility and whether or not these signage issues were present.
Were you able to obtain an invoice for this tow?
Yes, I was. The complainant did send me a copy of his invoice once he paid the tow fees and retrieved his vehicle.
Ms. Federico, please pull up hearing exhibit 127. Thank you. Investigator Potts, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the invoice that the complainant provided me.
And is this an invoice for a tow performed by SWFT Towing?
Yes, it is.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 127.
I'm sorry, can you tell me the date of this invoice?
July 8th, 2025.
Okay, admitted.
And is this invoice consistent with the information that you received in the complaint?
Yes, it is.
And again, on the invoice, can you identify what was stated for the reason for the tow?
The reason given is handicap parking.
So did the complainant consent to this tow?
No, he did not.
And who authorized the tow?
Ultimately, somebody from the Amazon Fulfillment Center authorized it.
And what's your basis for that understanding?
That the tow company has a contract and an agreement that allows them to patrol the parking lot and tow parking violators.
And I apologize, Ms. Federico, we can take this down. Thank you. Investigator Potts, when did you visit the property?
I visited the property on July 28th.
And what did you observe while you were there?
I found this property to have 5 points of entry onto the property. Of these 5 entrances, 3 of them did not have notice posted at the entranceway advising of the parking rules and regulations and of the towing consequences for those violators. I did notice signage belonging to the respondent was posted at 2 northern entrances, a little bit further into the property. However, according to rule, the towing carrier's name is required to be displayed on that signage. And in this case, the SWFT tow name was not present on the signage.
If we could pull up hearing exhibit 128, please. Investigator Potts, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is a map I created showing where the entrances to the property is and where the, of which lack signage at the entrance.
And can you identify where the facility is?
It is the one overladen with the address of 4222 Integration Loop in Colorado Springs. The large white building.
And when you were at the facility, were you able to observe the entire parking lot?
Yes, I was.
Does this fairly inaccurately reflect a depiction of the parking lot based on your observation?
Yes, it does.
And you mentioned the entrances. Can you, this would be a lot easier if we were in person, you could just point to them, but
Sure.
if you could kind of just point us in the direction where the entrances are.
To the north of the parking lot, there is an unnamed service road that has 2 points of entry that come into the main parking lot. In that area is where I was able to locate signage belonging to the respondent. However, the two entrances on the east side off of Integration Loop lack signage at both of those entrances as indicated by the red star. And then again, there is a southern entrance off Grinnell Boulevard, as indicated with the red star, and that entrance did not have signage posted at the entrance.
And did you add those red stars?
I did.
Clarification. Okay, thank you. Did you observe any tow signs inside the parking lot?
There was a few additional signs within the parking lot, yes.
Thank you. Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 128.
Admitted.
We can take the map down. Thank you. Investigator Potts, when you were at the property, were you able to observe the handicap parking spaces where complainant's vehicle was towed?
Yes.
And were there any signs there regarding towing?
No. Just your standard handicap signage posted on sign poles and marked on the street.
And Ms. Federico, if we could please pull up hearing exhibit 129. Investigator Potts, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the respondent signage that is posted near those northern entrances. And I took a photo of it.
And how do you know that it's for SWFT towing?
The phone number that is advertised on the bottom of the sign is the phone number that the company registered with the Public Utility Commission as their phone number.
And I think you said you took this picture. Was that at the time you visited the property?
Yes.
And did you alter or manipulate the photo in any way?
No, I did not.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 129.
Admitted.
And again, we see the number there. What is the information that is missing from this sign?
The name of the tow carrier.
Ms. Federico, we can take that exhibit down. Investigator Potts, were you able to listen earlier to Ms. Hazlett's testimony?
Parts of it, yes.
And she had testified that she attempted to serve all three CPANs in this consolidated proceeding by certified mail, but they were refused. And mentioned you had taken additional steps to serve the CPANs. What additional steps did you take?
I contacted the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and asked if they would serve each of these three CPANs for us personally, which they agreed to do.
And was that service accomplished?
Yes, it was.
Ms. Federico, if we could please pull up hearing exhibit 130. Thank you. Investigator Potts, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
This is the service affidavit that the Sheriff's Department sent me once they served the respondent.
Does this describe the steps taken by the sheriff to serve the CPAN?
Yes, it does.
Does it indicate that it was served?
Yes, it does.
And just to clarify, which CPAN this was for, can you clarify that, Mr. Potts, for us?
Yes, all three CPANs were served at the same time for both the two cases that I just testified on, as well as the one that Investigator Hazlett testified on earlier this morning.
Is this affidavit for all of those or for only one of those CPANs?
For all of them.
If I could direct you to the case number on there. Can you clarify?
The case number that's provided on this document, if we zoom in, I believe it's 144626.
So is this for just that case or all of them?
They served all of them for us, but this document pertains to that one case number.
Thank you. Move to admit hearing exhibit 130.
Admitted.
If we could pull up hearing exhibit 131. Are you familiar with this document, Investigator
Yes, I
Potts?
am.
And what is it?
Yes. This is the service affidavit that the Sheriff's Department provided us after they served CPAN 144762.
And does this describe the steps that the sheriff took to serve the CPAN?
Yes, it does.
And was that accomplished?
Yes, it was.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 131.
Admitted.
And then if we can go to hearing exhibit 132. And again, Investigator Potts, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
This is the service affidavit the Sheriff's Department provided us with after they served CPAN. It's hard to read. It's so small, but I believe it's 144868.
And does this describe the steps taken by the sheriff to serve the CPAN?
Yes, it does.
And was that service accomplished?
Yes, it was.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 132.
Admitted.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Federico. We can take that down. Investigator Potts, were there any additional attempts you made to provide notice of the CPAN to SWFT towing?
Yes, there was.
And what were those attempts?
As a courtesy, I emailed a copy of each of these individual CPANs to the respondent tow company using the email address that they registered with the Public Utility Commission.
Ms. Federico, if you pull up hearing is at 133. Investigator Potts, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the email that I sent the tow company with the 3 attached CPANs.
And did you receive a response from SWFT towing?
Yes, I did.
Let's scroll down to the next page. Are those the responses?
Yes,
that you received?
Yes, they are.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 133.
Admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Federico. We can take that down as well. Last question for you, Investigator Potts. Based on your investigations, what are your recommendations today related to CPAN numbers 144626 and 144762?
I would ask that the penalties be imposed and that in each of these 2 cases, full refunds be issued to the vehicle owners or the entities that paid the towing fees.
Thank you for your time today, Mr. Potts. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schroeder, do you have any cross-examination questions based on the questions that Mr. Cox just asked?
I do. Good afternoon, Investigator Potts.
Good afternoon.
Just to reiterate, you stated you visited the Amazon facility on what date?
That was July 28th.
Okay. Did you talk to Amazon or any employee at Swift Towing about our current contract with them for the handicap parking?
Yes, I did.
Did they tell you when that contract ended?
No, they did not. I don't believe I asked that. All I got out of that conversation is that the tow company does in fact have an agreement to patrol the lot and tow parking violators.
Okay. Do you have any evidence, video, or image of the towing signs that were posted on the property of the 8th, July 8th, 2025?
The tow company did provide me photos of the vehicle before it was removed from the parking lot, but there were no images provided of any signage.
Okay. And in your experience with the Public Utilities Commission investigator, is there any violation if signs are removed past a contract? Would essentially, I'll reiterate, would signage need to be posted past the date of tow?
Signage needs to be present on the day that the vehicle is removed from the lot.
And you did not visit the lot on 7/8/2025, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. That concludes my questions for CPAN 144762. And then I will move on to CPAN 144626. I have a couple questions here as well. Oh, actually, it won't let me upload. So I don't know if this would be, I'll just continue action and I'll ask afterwards. So stated in violation number 1 of CPAN 144626, it states motor carrier failed to make personnel available for an interview. Did you contact Swift Towing at any time and not receive a response?
I did contact Swift Towing and requested copies of the documentation.
Did you receive a response?
Yes, I did receive a response.
Okay. And then it on the parentheses in number 1 violation, it's stating it refused to provide copies of the following: written authorization, proof of statutory cert, and notification process, which was completed.
Mr. Schroeder, could you slow down, please?
Oh, yeah,
Could you
I
slow
apologize.
down? And restate your question.
Yes. Investigator Potts, you're familiar with the number 1 violation stating that we refuse to provide copies of the following: written authorization, proof of statutory search and notification process case number provided by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And that was your determination for stating that personnel was not available?
No, the language of that CPAN is auto-generated. I did request copies of that documentation and it was never provided for me. So in essence, the tow carrier refused to provide it.
Okay. So continuing on, number 2 is a violation for failure to disclose within 30 minutes the location of the storage facility. Sorry, I'll slow down. The storage location of the storage facility to the responsible law enforcement agency, which is also listed in step number 1. So is it for the same violation or?
No, the towing carrier is required to report the tow to the responsible law enforcement agency within 30 minutes of conducting that tow. And in this case, I asked for proof that that had been performed, which was not provided to me. I then contacted the law enforcement agencies in that area of Colorado, and both those agencies confirmed that this call or this tow is not reported to them.
Okay, but you were told by an employee or representative of Swift Towing that this, on our, as far as we were concerned, that this was a cash, not a non-consensual tow, and the documentation was not available?
I didn't receive a response saying it was not available. I received a response stating that it was a cash tow and there was not a non-consensual tow.
And then just moving on, it says, let's see, step number 3, violation number 3 also restates failure to have proper authorization prior to performance of a non-consensual tow, which once again is also stated in violation number 1. So can you, is there a difference between the violations number 1 and then 2 through, let's say, 5?
Each of those violations pertain to a different tow regulation. Again, I don't generate the language in the program that generates those documents. However, there is going to be a regulation number associated with each of those different violations. And each one of these violations is separate and different.
Although your reasoning for violation number 1 is the same as 2 through 5, correct?
No. Violation 1 was me requesting copies of the documentation for the tow, which was not provided to me. Violation number 2, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, pertained to the failure of the tow carrier to call and report the tow to law enforcement.
I'm going to reiterate the nature of the violation for violation number 1 for the record. Motor carrier failed to make personnel available for an interview to allow the inspection of records. In your experience, did you not receive a reply from a representative from Swift Towing at any point?
I did receive a reply, but the documentation was not provided.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that concludes my questions on CPAN 144626.
All right, thank you. Let me just take a look. I think I might have a couple of questions. A lot of them were answered as you continued. Mr. Pott, when you were on, this is regarding the Amazon parking lot. Did you take any photos of the handicap parking lot signage that was there?
No, I did not. The images that the respondent provided when they took pictures of the vehicle did include images of the signage. And I didn't question the reason for the tow in that case. It sounded like a justified tow.
Okay. Thank you. And okay, that was the only question I had for you. Thank you for your time. Mr. Cox, did you have any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
All right, thank you. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Cox?
We do have one more witness. Staff would like to call Lloyd Swint.
Great. Mr. Swint. Can't see you on my screen here. There we go. Do you swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Swint. For the record, my name is Justin Cox, and I'm with the Attorney General's office representing trial staff. with the PUC today. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
My name is Lloyd Swint. My first name is spelled L-L-O-Y-D. Last is Swint, S-W-I-N-T. I am the manager of the Investigations and Compliance Unit for the Public Utilities Commission.
And how long have you worked with the PUC?
Just over 9 years.
And prior to your time with the PUC, did you have any law enforcement background?
I do. I'm in my 31st year of law enforcement, which began in Toledo, Ohio as a sheriff's deputy. I then transferred to Colorado and worked for the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office as a detective. And now I'm employed by the state of Colorado at the PUC.
As part of your duties at the PUC, are you familiar with the statutes and rules that govern the regulation of tow carriers in Colorado?
I am.
And as part of your duties, did you participate in any of the investigations which resulted in the issuance of the CPANs we've been discussing here today? Numbers 144626, 144762, or 144868 against SWFT towing?
I did assist.
And can you please describe your involvement in the investigations?
As customary in our unit, when any of us are traveling about the state for other PUC business, I let the team know that I was going to be in the Colorado Springs area. Investigator Joe Potts requested that I go by the address of 4222 Integration Loop in Colorado Springs and survey the signage at the Amazon facility at that address.
And did you visit the Amazon facility?
I did.
And what was the date of your visit?
My date of visit was July 24th, 2025.
Sorry, I kind of broke up there for me. What was that?
July 24th of this year, 2025.
Okay. Thank you. And what did you observe during your visit?
I was asked by Investigator Potts to please check signage at that location. And consistent with hearing exhibit 128, I surveyed all the entrances to the facility there on Integration Loop and Grinnell.
And if we could pull up hearing exhibit 128, since you mentioned it. Thank you. And could you again identify where you witnessed signs posted for the company or at the facility?
When I entered the property off the Grinnell Street entranceway, there was no signs visible there, and I did not observe any signs that were on the east along Integration Loop. Where I did find signage was in the service road, right alongside the service road to the very north of the property.
And so on this map, where the stars are located, is that where you did not find tow signage?
That's correct. There was no signage where the stars are.
And for the signs that you did see, were those consistent with what Mr. Potts testified to as missing the name of the tow carrier?
Correct. The photograph that was previously testified to and entered into a hearing exhibit was the same sign that I observed along that service road.
Thank you, Mr. Swint. No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, I apologize. My audio went out for a moment. Can you restate what you stated a moment ago?
Mr. Swint, you're on mute.
Sorry, the dog's barking. Go ahead, Your Honor.
I didn't hear about the last 15 seconds very clearly. So could you restate that? Thank you.
Sure. What I was testifying to was that the photograph of the signage that Investigator Potts testified to and the signed photograph that was entered as hearing exhibit, I believe it was 129, is the same sign that I observed along the North Service Road at the Integration Loop property address.
Thank you for that. Okay.
Yes.
Please proceed. Sorry. Thank you.
And I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Schroeder, do you have any cross-examination questions?
I do.
Proceed.
Mr. Swin, did you visit the Amazon facility on the date of 7/8/2025?
I visited the facility on July 24th.
Okay. Did you talk with anybody in Amazon about the contract that Swift Towing has with Amazon?
I asked to speak to the manager, who eventually presented himself and confirmed that SWFT Towing does have a contract with the Amazon fulfillment center at that address.
Did they say when the terms of that contract were?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge, do you have any evidence of the signage that was posted on the day of the 8th?
I wasn't there on the 8th.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Swint, thank you for your time. I don't have any questions for you. Did you have any redirects based on the cross-examination, Mr. Cox?
Yeah, just one quick question. Mr. Swint, even though you've testified that you were did not visit facility on July 8th, in your observation, when you did visit the facility, did there appear to be any alteration to or recent alteration to the signage?
No.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your time, Mr. Swint. Mr. Cox, do you have any other witnesses?
Staff has no further witnesses. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Schroeder, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, and then did you want to, it's not uncommon in these sort of situations to have individuals such as yourself sort of provide a narrative of, instead of asking yourself a question and answering the question, you could just provide a narrative, but you will be subject to cross-examination, and I might have some questions for you as well.
Correct. Yeah, that's fine. Do you want to get, I did want to call Mr. Lopez as well as a witness. Do you just want to take care of that real quick? Because those questions are going to be fast.
That works for me. Go ahead. Mr. Lopez, do you mind raising your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? Please proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, are you familiar with the contract that Swift Towing has with the Den 4 Amazon located at 4222 Integration Loop?
Yeah.
Were signs placed at all 5 entrances to your knowledge when that contract was signed?
Yes, it was.
Do you know when that contract ended?
I think on the 8th, I believe it was. Not 100% sure.
Were the signs removed after the contract was ended with the Amazon Den 4 at 4222 Integration Loop?
Some of the entrances were removed, not all of them, because we still do have an active contract. Part of the contract is still active, not for the patrolling of the parking lot anymore.
I have, I guess, addressed to you, Judge. I have evidence, but it won't let me upload anything because it says I'm not a host, so I can't upload like the PUC was able to.
So, Mr. Schroeder, all of your documents need to go through box.com. Approximately a week ago, your company was sent an invitation to a box.com folder. I sent it to the swft.towing@gmail.com email. You all have not accepted my invitation yet, so that's why you haven't gotten it into box, and that's the only way we're able to accept it.
No worries, that's fine. It just reiterates what he's stating as well, but we're in neurosis anyways, so that's fine.
You would like to proceed then without the documents? Is that what you're saying?
If I can't add, yeah, if I'm not able to add them, then that's fine.
Well, I think you could, I believe, get that email and get the account and upload them. It is your call, though. You don't have to add them. I just want to make sure you do or don't, depending on what you prefer.
Let's continue, and then if we have a couple minutes, I'll see if I can get on that real quick, just not to hold everybody up. So we can proceed for now. I believe that concludes my questions on CPAN 144762.
All right, Mr. Cox, did you have any cross-examination?
Your Honor, if I may, I'll take this one. I have a single question for Mr. Lopez.
Of course.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lopez. My name is Jennifer Hayden. I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the Colorado Department of Law representing trial staff. Just one question for you. You did admit to having an active contract with Amazon to tow on the date of tow in that CPAN. Is that right?
Of course.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I did have a couple of follow-up questions. If I understood you correctly, Mr. Lopez, you said that the contract ended on the 8th. 8th of what month?
I'm not exactly sure the day that it ended. Let me see if I can find it real quick. But it didn't end, just part of the contract ended. In other words, there's two contracts with Amazon. There's one of patrolling that access road, which is where the semis park. They don't want them parked there. We patrol that area there, so they don't park there. The other one was the part where they don't want anyone parked in the handicap if they were not handicapped. That part got taken off after this BMW got towed.
And so the two north entrances, is that the area that the contract is still in effect?
Correct.
Okay. But yeah, and you don't know what month though the contract ended.
I'm not 100% sure. And let me rephrase that. It's not two entrances, it's only one, which is the main access road. That's the only one we patrol right now.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those were the only questions I had.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Schroeder, did you have any redirect based on the questions we've asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, thank you. Then are you prepared then to proceed as a witness?
Let me see. I guess I have a couple questions for CPAN 144626 from Mr. Lopez, and then just a couple quick questions, and after that I'll proceed as witness.
Okay, my apologies. Yeah, I incorrectly thought that Mr. Lopez was totally done, but understood. Go ahead and continue.
You're good. Let me see. Mr. Lopez, for the vehicle listed as the Jeep in CPAN 144626, did Swift Towing receive a phone call from the customer for authorization of tow?
No, we did not.
For the Jeep.
The original one, yes. The original tow.
Was the tow paid for by the customer?
It was not paid.
Did the customer leave any information to contact him in case of payment?
According to the notes of the dispatcher, which I can't say if it's true or not because she's not here no more, but she did state under the customer refused to give a phone number.
I believe that was my only question for CPAN 144626. So I would move forward as witness on CPAN 144868.
I apologize. I was taking a note. So now you're done with Mr. Lopez. Is that correct? Yes, I thought you were, at first I thought you said he was going to proceed as witness for that, but now I understand. Okay, would you, Mr. Schroeder, please raise your right hand?
Your Honor, before that, I think that those questions were in regards to that second CPAN, and I haven't had an opportunity to cross Mr. Lopez.
Thank you. Go ahead. All right. I'm sorry. I will take a breath here. Yes, go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, you had just testified to some notes from somebody else, is that right?
That's correct.
And that person's no longer with the company?
Nope.
So you have no personal knowledge of the information you just testified to?
Only the notes that I can see.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. And Mr. Schroeder, did you have any redirect based off that?
I do.
Okay.
Mr. Lopez, do you have personal evidence? Do you have personal knowledge that that tow is not paid for?
I do.
Thank you very much.
The credit card declined.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for your time, Mr. Lopez. I appreciate it. Now, Mr. Schroeder, are you prepared to proceed? All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. You're welcome to go ahead and you can provide a narrative if you prefer.
Okay, sorry. On the case CPAN 144868, I was the one who communicated with Investigator Hazlitt on this one. This one was a little complicated. This is the one we spent most of the time on. I guess I want to direct first to the #1 violation, nature of violation, where it says motor carrier made or caused to be made fraudulent or intentionally false statements or records to the commission or commission staff. Invoice 49387 was submitted for the investigation by the respondent on 7/16/25. The invoice reflected that the date of the tow was on 5/22/25 and requested by lady stating that it is their vehicle, the registered vehicle owner, Denisha Lucero, and her girlfriend. So the evidence that was provided, both the invoice that was pulled up was when me and Miss Investigator Hazlitt had our conversation. I was the one who was having the conversation with her, and I was just giving her the facts that we had on the case. I believe on that one there was no. They said the pictures, but I have 14 pictures of the vehicle of tow, so I'm not 100% sure what that one happened. But there was no holdback of evidence on this one. We were directly communicating with Investigator Hazlitt. I had an hour plus conversation with her over the phone to try and situate this whole ordeal and take care of all of this. None of these invoices are personally in my name, so what I was giving was the information that I had in front of me. To it, the notes that were on both of those invoices, so which also in this one that both those dispatchers are not here anymore, neither is that driver, for reasons being that we wanted to get a little bit better with the PUC law violations. So we did employ new people, and we did up our steps on training and facilitating that everybody knows the PUC law and moving forward that way. So I would say on this #1 violation that I would imagine comes from me, motor carrier made cause to be made fraudulent or intentionally false statements, is that I was not there for either of those. I was just reading notes that were regarding to that tow for Miss Hazlitt to investigate. So I'm not 100% sure what the outcome of those invoices were. Like I said, I wasn't the dispatcher for either one of them. I was just reading off information because I was the contact with Swift Towing.
And you're welcome to just continue on. I will note, though, you don't need to read the entirety of the allegations in the CPANs because those are in evidence. We've all reviewed them, so you don't need to restate everything for the record because it's already in the record.
Okay. As pursuant, like I'll reiterate, I just stated before, as pursuant to #3 violation, the photographs, I have 14 photographs of the vehicle in the field where we all a couple hours ago determined that the vehicle was located and was towed from. I have 14 pictures, and I actually will, when I'm done with my statements, I will upload my Amazon contract and those pictures into the Dropbox as well. If you want to give me about 5 minutes, moving forward.
One thing, if you want to admit those into evidence, then we need to have you do that during the hearing, and then you bring them up and talk about them and move to get them into evidence, which and we can proceed that way. And what we can do if you want is we can take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break, so you can facilitate that, if that's how you want to proceed.
Yeah, let's take 10 minutes.
Okay, let's, and then see if you can get your box.com account active and get the documents uploaded, and we'll go from there. So we'll all check in. Everybody will take a recess until 2:10. Thanks.
Judge, can I just give him a quick advisement about that?
Please, yes.
So again, the instructions and the invitation to your folder were sent to that swft-towing@gmail.com. So you'll need to look there for both, like the instructions that I sent and the invitation from Box. If you find my instructions, but not an invitation from Box, check your spam folder, because every now and then it gets directed there. Because that
Okay,
one was directly from box.com.
Would it have came from a Dora email address?
It came from, well, the box.com one came from the box.com website. So that's why that one sometimes goes to spam. The instructions came from me. My name is Casey Federico. So it'll be casey.federico@state.co.us.
Okay. Can we reconvene at 15 past?
Yes, that works for me. So we'll all get back. We'll take a recess till 2:15. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go back on the record. Mr. Schroeder, were you able to take care of the exhibit issue?
Yeah, yes, I was.
Great. Ms. Frederick, yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So, well, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. I see that in the folder, I see one email document, and then not in the folder for this hearing, I should say, there's a bunch of photos, I think 11 photos. Does that sound like what you uploaded?
Yeah, I realized that after that it wasn't in the actual folder, but it's still uploaded. Is that acceptable? I was trying to do it quick.
It's fine. Judge, the folders are JPEG, so we'll have to convert those to PDFs. But none of them are marked, like titled, or have headers with hearing exhibit numbers. If you and Mr. Schroeder are all right with that, as you call them up, we can give them numbers and I can add them after we do everything. But it does involve me, I'll be editing your document, so to speak, to add a header and change the title. I want to make sure that's okay with everyone before I just do that.
And Mr. Schroeder, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't have any issue with that. And I just want to make sure, staff, are you okay with what Ms. Frederico proposed?
Your Honor, I understand the work that Ms. Frederico would have to put into this. Your Honor, staff would object to the introduction of photographic evidence. It looks like Mr. Schroeder has intimated that these photographs go to the toe of the Buick in the Buick case. And I would suggest that the entry of those exhibits at this point should be denied on relevance grounds. And as based on the emails that are in evidence, there was a request multiple requests by email to provide those. Towers have 48 hours to provide those records. They weren't provided. So I think that the violations alleged still stand, and we might save judicial economy and time by not allowing an attempt to introduce those into evidence at this time.
And in theory, I completely understand, and maybe even in practice, but let's wait until we get to each photo and go from there. But I understand what you're saying, and feel free to make your record as needed when we get to that point. But I would like to wait and see what is actually proffered for evidence before making a determination about its relevance. But go ahead. Okay. Yeah, of course. So Mr. Schroeder, go ahead, and why don't you pick up where you left off?
Okay, no worries. You can see the Miss Frederick. You can see the names that I named the files correctly. Correct?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you pull up the file named Amazon, the one Amazon contract, the one that's in the folder?
Yes. Is it all right if I refer to this as Exhibit 200?
That's perfectly fine. So I will just, instead of asking Mr. Lopez questions, I will just explain what this is. So Exhibit 200 is the day that our contract ended with for the handicap towing at Amazon, which would have prompted our removal of the signs at the 5 location entrances for that facility, and then left our ones for the current contract that we do have them that does not regard anything involving this or any other matters.
And you could go ahead and continue until you're done, and then people will ask you questions.
Okay, I'm done with Exhibit 200. Does anybody have any questions on Exhibit 200?
And go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
If Your Honor, if I'm to understand that Mr. Schroeder would like that entered into evidence, staff would object on foundation grounds. That doesn't provide additionally any information as to what he just testified to.
So, Mr. Schroeder, can you walk through? Ms. Hayden has suggested that you didn't lay a proper foundation. That's her objection. And at this time, I will sustain that objection, but which means that I'm agreeing with her that a proper foundation wasn't laid. So can you express a little bit more about what this email is, who it was to, and that sort of thing?
Absolutely. Can we pull up Exhibit 200? So Exhibit 200 is from Matt Formisano at Amazon.com, who is our current or our only contact for the contract of the procurement manager at Amazon Den 4. So that's who signed our contract. That's who initiated our contract for the towing and the other services we do for Amazon at Den 4. This email is from him on July 9th, 2025 at 11:46, asking if they can remove the handicap parking violations from that contract.
Thank you. And are you moving to admit this into evidence?
Yes.
And Ms. Hayden, do you still have your objection?
Yes, Your Honor, and I would add an objection based on relevance grounds. This isn't a determination, it's just a question. It doesn't provide the commission any substantive information to aid in its decision-making.
Right, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to overrule that and allow this into evidence, and I can determine the appropriate weight to give it. But okay, so now you can move on, Mr. Schroeder.
Thank you. Can we pull up, I guess if we can, well, at this point, I would like to pull up the starting image of Buick number 1, and then I have a question on that for Investigator Hazlitt.
And is that okay if we refer to that one as 201?
Go on.
Although at this point, so would you like to call Ms. Hazlitt as a witness?
Correct.
And I'm not.
Your Honor,
okay. Yes.
At this point in the proceeding, staff would object to the calling of Investigator Hazlitt. It's my understanding Mr. Schroeder has taken the stand in his direct case in chief, and at the conclusion of possibly his testimony, if he would choose to call witnesses, we might address that at that time.
Yes, that is exactly where I was heading. So we're on the same page. Yes, at this point, Mr. Schroeder, as Ms. Hayden just said, you are presenting your testimony, and so you can present on that particular photograph. But if you have questions about it for a different witness, you'd have to call that additional witness when you are done.
Okay, yep, that's fine. I forgot I was still testifying. My bad. So we can save the Buick photos. We can move on from. Let me just track where we were. We were on the BMW 144762 CPAN. I'm done with that. CPAN. And then let's see. And I've stated my case on the violation number 1. So I think I am good on testimony. So I am complete if nobody has any questions.
And Ms. Hayden, do you have any questions for Mr. Schroeder?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. In regards to, well, if we could pull up Respondent's Exhibit 200. Mr. Schroeder, this is a copy of an email asking questions clarifying a contract.
Correct.
And this email poses a question, is that right?
Correct.
And you had testified that this email was sent on Wednesday, July 9th, is that right?
Correct.
So it looks like contract negotiations were in discussion at that point, is that right?
Correct.
And the date of the tow in the CPAN in this case was on July 8th, 2025, is that right?
Correct.
So this took place after that?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank
you. And I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Schroeder, either at this time. So did you want to call another witness?
I guess, well, actually I did have, I'm sorry, I did have a couple further things to say, if that's okay.
I will allow it under these circumstances. Typically, though, when you say you're done, you're done. But for the sake of just streamlining and go ahead and you can offer up a couple more things.
Yeah, sorry, just kind of as a closing, to regard for the facts that the investigators were asked what a appropriate outcome would be. I would just want to say that my opinion on appropriate outcome for CPAN 144762 would be to follow the guidelines of investigator Potts that this was a valid tow and that signage was not proven to have not been on the lot on 7/8/2025, and that this be dismissed for lack of evidence. That would be my conclusion for CPAN 144762. And then for CPAN 144626, I believe that there's an egregious amount of violations and that there are multiple amounts of violations in this CPAN, stating that number 1 matches 2 through 5. And that vehicle has been released. There's no release of that vehicle. And that for CPAN 144868, that the information that was presented was nonetheless not concurrent or not coinciding with each other. There were multiple different statements of multiple different dates, and nothing was really proven or said in fact, other than the fact that the dates actually lined up with what was said in the beginning. So I would say that a conclusion in this case would be the vehicle would be released to credit union and that this would be closed otherwise.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Hayden, did you have any further cross-examination questions?
Let's see, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yep.
Mr.
Miss Hayden, I think you're frozen if everybody else can hear me. It might be my phone.
I can hear you, Mr. Schroeder, and I did not hear Ms. Hayden, but I see her now.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Something must have blanked out. I do have. Can you hear me?
Okay, there you are.
Okay.
Ms. Hayden, if you're having internet issues, sometimes turning off your video helps and we can at least hear you and you freeze a little bit less often.
Oh, all right. Let's try that. Your Honor, with the commission's permission, may I turn off my camera?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Schroeder, just a couple of questions. In regards to, you had mentioned some photos. You didn't turn those over to the PUC when they requested those from you, is that correct?
I had emailed investigator Hazlitt saying that there was some confusion on what was not sent because as far as I was concerned that she was sent a link with the invoice which includes the photos, but you have to go to the top and click over to photos. To my knowledge that was done, and then we had an hour-long conversation about it, and the topic of no photos was not talked about. We talked about lots of things in about an hour and 15-minute recorded conversation, but the no photos was not brought up, and I would have gladly sent them over, which I entered into evidence, which we have had this entire time.
But you didn't provide them based on any of the email responses from Investigator Hazlitt, is that right?
As far as she testified, no, they were not.
And Mr. Schroeder, you did make a comment when it came to Violation 1 in Investigator Hazlitt's case that you were reviewing some other records, and you said that comes from me, is that right?
Well, I would imagine so. I'm the only one she contacted during this case.
Okay. And so
by phone at least.
So you are aware of the cause of 2 invoices being submitted for a single tow, is that right?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. I did have one question for you based on your extra testimony, Mr. Schroeder. You just stated something to the effect of, you were asked whether you sent photographs, and you said something to the effect of, well, according to Ms. Hazlett, I didn't. And I'm paraphrasing, but
Yeah.
did you ever send her photographs
I was
of
under
the
the
tow at
when
issue?
when I asked office staff if the link had been sent, I was told that the link had been sent with the invoice, which is why I replied saying that there is some confusion and that she's more than welcome to call me if we need to figure out the photograph situation, because I was under the impression that everything was sent to Investigator Hazlett. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. And then now you're completed with your testimony. Do you have any other witnesses you wish to call?
I'd like to call Investigator Hazlett, please.
And staff, do you object to that? All right, why don't we go ahead and, oh, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna have to turn off my computer again. I just, not computer. I'm not coming through, I don't think. Sure, we can call Miss Investigator Hazlett.
All right, Ms. Hazlett, you are still under oath because we're still in the same hearing. So, Mr. Schroeder, go ahead.
Can we pull up exhibit 201?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not an evidence.
Or
I believe he is referring to, I'm going to overrule the objection to the extent Ms. Federico can pull up what I believe is understood to be 201 photograph, so we can.
Objection, Your Honor. Investigator Hazlett has no personal knowledge of this information.
Well, why don't we wait until we hear what the questions are? And then I understand your objections, but I'm going to let not object prematurely. Go ahead, Mr. Schroeder.
Investigator Hazlett, did you visit the location regarding of the tow for the 2017 Buick?
No, I did not.
Then I will strike this and I will finish. Did you look up aerial pictures of the location at all or anything like that?
Yes, I did.
Can you say that this location, the photograph, looks familiar to something that you saw?
Not really, because the aerial photos and this picture, it's hard to compare them.
Okay, can we just pull up, I'll strike this, we won't add this into evidence. Can we pull up just the quick photos throughout the succession and just Buick number 2 next?
I can pull them up. I can only do one at a time. And again, I have to give them numbers. So we're going to call your Buick number 2. We're calling that 202.
202. Okay, can we pull up Buick number 3, which would be 203? Number 4, 204.
Your Honor, I would object to showing the commission these exhibits prior to their entry into evidence.
Well, that is how it typically works. We get to see what is, it's not in evidence. So just by my seeing it, it's not being considered as part of the record until it's moved into evidence. But noted, I note your objection, but I'll overrule it.
Number 5, please, 205. Number 6, please, 206. Number 7, please, 207.
Sorry, you cut out for a second. Buick number 7 is 207.
Please, yep. Buick number 8208. Buick number 9209. Uh, 210, Buick 10. And then Buick number 11, 211. Investigator Hazard, do you recognize the building in the background of this picture?
No, can look like any building.
Okay, thank you
Such
so
a
much.
small section.
I don't need to enter this into evidence, that we can proceed. That's fine. I thought that I was under the impression the investigator had visited the facility. I do apologize for that.
And you can proceed, or are you finished questioning Ms. Hazlett?
Yeah, I'm finished with this. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Hayden, did you have any questions for Investigator Hazlett based on that?
Yes, very quickly. Investigator Hazlett, have you ever seen those before?
No,
Those
I have
photographs. To be clear, Investigator Hazlett, have you ever viewed the list of photographs just presented?
No, I've never seen those before.
Do you have any idea when you've never seen them? Do you have any idea when they were taken?
No, there was no date on those photographs.
Do you have any idea who took them?
No, I do not.
You have no personal knowledge of these, is that right?
That's correct.
And is it correct that they were never received by the PUC?
That is correct also.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I don't have any follow-up questions for you, Investigator Hazlett. Mr. Schroeder, do you have any redirect questions for Investigator Hazlett based on the questions that Ms. Hayden just asked?
I do not.
Thank you. And do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, with that, seems we have come to the end of the evidentiary portion of this hearing. Do the parties have a desire to do written statements of position or provide oral closings, or neither? I want to see what the parties' appetite is for either of those things. Staff.
Well, Your Honor, staff is certainly prepared to give a closing, should it please the commission. If the commission is seeking some sort of clarification on a point, staff would be happy to accommodate a request for a statement of position. In reviewing the decision issued in this case, I don't believe a statement of position date was set. So if we were headed that route, we may look to set a date. But
Sure.
staff is not opposed to any orders by the commission.
Okay, great. And Mr. Schroeder, do you want to give a closing argument at the end of the hearing today?
I'd be more than willing. The same if there's any clarification needed, or as well to just close. Just to make some closing remarks. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Why don't we just do some closing remarks from the parties? And are the parties prepared to proceed with that now, or did you need any break to prepare? Staff.
Your Honor, we can make any accommodations. If a break is requested by Mr. Schroeder, we can certainly accommodate that. We're not opposed to a break if that's an.
I'm the same. I think everything is fine. So if closing arguments are needed or wanted, we can do that. But if not, I'm not opposed to either one. So.
Okay.
Your Honor, staff would request a brief break.
Okay. All right. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Is that sufficient for the parties?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We will reconvene at 2:50. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back on the record and have some closing remarks. Staff, why don't you go ahead and proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, staff would like to reserve 2 minutes in rebuttal. Your Honor, may it please the commission, in reviewing this case and providing a closing, would ask the commission to find that staff met its burden by a preponderance of the evidence in each of the alleged violations in this in these 3 CPANs that have been presented to the commission today. Staff will rely on the record of the testimony provided for each of staff's witness, Investigator Hazlett, Investigator Potts, and Investigator Swint, and the exhibits that are in evidence. Staff believes that in regards to the first case, the CPAN, that any information provided by the respondent given its proper weight in regards to deterrence of contract negotiations and that something wasn't in place. Those all took place after the date of the tow on July 8th. In regards to the Buick CPAN, Mr. Schroeder, in essence, said it comes from me and did admit that there were competing invoices for the same tow with disinformation. I think the evidence would show that the overwhelming weight of the evidence shows that this tow occurred on 6/14 of 2025 with all the supporting documents and evidence that support that date of the tow. Your Honor, staff would like the commission to consider all of staff's recommendations that were submitted in this evidence, and the staff will rest on the record.
Thank you. Mr. Schroeder, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to close by stating that not all 3 of these CPANs in file have been investigated to the full extent to impose fines, specific to it being CPAN 144762 for the BMW, that nobody was on scene on the day of the tow. Information was provided stating that the contract had changed after the date of the tow, which would coincide with signs being removed, which once again nobody saw or can prove. And to be at seeing CPAN 144868, that there are multiple egregious charges in this. And for the Buick, 144868, that the evidence, the main evidence that was presented by the state is that, or the commission, that was the contact by Mr. Eloy that said that his signature was on the document the day that the vehicle was towed, but then stated it was on 6/14 when clearly on the documentation states that it is not. That was their only witness stating that the dates were different. So I believe that the evidence shows that that is not enough for the charges for CPAN 144868. And then in regards to the Jeep CPAN 144626, I believe there are multiple egregious charges of the same statute.
Thank you. Does that conclude your remarks?
I conclude.
Great. Ms. Hayden, did you have any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, in regards to the Buick and the overwhelming weight of the evidence to support the alleged data violation for that tow on 6/18, that SWFT towing did provide all the necessary steps and documentation of reporting to the police department, of doing an impound search in relation to the date of that tow. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, this concludes the evidentiary portion of the hearing, and so the evidentiary record is closed. I appreciate everybody's time today and attention to this matter. I will take this matter under advisement, and I will issue a written decision, and it will be served in the e-filing system. And so with that, we're going to go off the record, and everyone have a nice afternoon.
Oh.